Hello, everybody. Welcome to April 6th, 2025. My name is Gad, and I'll be your host for today. Hello. Today, we're going to be playing more Our Life. We're going to get through maybe our adulthood. We've got introduced to a new character, Baxter. But we are lovers with Cove already, and we're going to see how our life unfolds. I'm excited to continue the story. And yeah, that's as far as those announcements go. That's really all I have. There's not really much else to say today. Today's going to be a low energy day. So we'll do the voices and all that stuff. We'll try to. But maybe not as much yapping because we're not quite there today. What's going on, Evie? Oh, close to 666. How you doing today, dude? You woke up but a few minutes ago and Carlos is already testing you. Fuck Carlos. That guy needs to get gone and be gone forever. I don't say that about many people, but he's definitely one of those people I will say that about. He very much does. I swear, necklaces can be so tough to put on sometimes. Whoa. Nice. Yeah, I don't know how long, like how stable my internet connection is going to be today. It's raining kind of hard outside. It's thunderstorming, and it's causing issues. But we'll be live for as long as we can, you know, and do our thing. Maybe it won't cause us any problems. Mhm. Mhm. Mom screamed for you to call the cops again yesterday. You still had to make sure she wanted me to, and Carlos almost put his hands on you again. Almost complained that your trash needed to be taken out. Bro, we got bigger problems. I'm about to stab you for real. Fuck, dude. He needs to get gone. He needs to be gone. Fuck that guy. What's going on, Funky? Welcome on in. Ooh, 478. Not bad, not bad. Better news, since a lot of currencies now war band transferable in WoW, I was able to spend all my time work badges to one character. Send all my time work badges to one character and bought 3 new mounts and a finished reputation. Hell yeah. That is good news. That's really fucking awesome. That is awesome. I'm glad to hear it, dude. All I wanted was you. We're starting off the stream with some sad boy hours because we're a little bit of a sad boy today, and that's okay. We beat Donkey Kong Country today, which was pretty sick. The more I get to use my controller that I got, the better. It's a Super Nintendo styled controller, and it's super cool, and I love playing with it. And it's got all the buttons to be updated for current gaming systems and all that stuff. But yeah, we did rage out in Super Metroid, and we played a little bit of Star Fox, but we had to get ready for stream. Whether or not we would have beaten the game, debatable, but we did beat Donkey Kong Country without die or without using a continue. So we do have that. All I wanted was you. Um, okay, here it started here. So it's okay to feel any emotion. The only time that changes is the moment it hurts someone else or yourself. But that's just your opinion, and some people would disagree, which is fine. You know, I agree with that. I agree with that as well. And already with the losing connection. It's all about that whole emotions come, you process them, and then you let them go. Something I very much believe in myself. Anger is the most volatile emotion we can express because our minds don't think rationally in the moment of anger. Yeah, anger do be like that sometimes, don't it? Little God complex, cock it and pull it. I know whenever I have arguments with my brother, his his anger is blinding, and he'll start to yell, in which I'm not gonna be yelled at, right? So then I start to yell because fuck being yelled at, and then like it usually takes a moment for us to cool off. Although nowadays being yelled at by somebody who's close to me like that, very familiar with me and stuff like that, triggers some PTSD instead of me raising my voice. Uh, I my ex and I had some pretty toxic aspects to our relationship, so yelling is a trigger for me, and yeah, I'll just leave. I don't I don't care. Like I'll process my emotions away from other people, but like get that shit out of here. Easiest thing to do is just walk away. Sorry if it was offensive as far as the message goes. Looks like it failed to send for a reason. I don't see a message. I don't know what happened to your message. Maybe it got auto-modded, but I don't. Usually it'll ask us if we want to allow it, right? Because I don't see any. Yeah, that's probably what happened. If you send it again and like it just doesn't send, I don't know what it could be. That's probably a Twitch thing. Not because I don't think I have, like, I know I have certain Okay, there you go. You know, you flipped out a few times when you were working in a supermarket job. One time was directly to a coworker who you liked, but he told you something that set you off. Didn't get physical, but you did shout, "God fucking damn it," in the back rooms and in janitor's closet area. You're a janitor. He told you someone made a big mess on the bathroom floor, so you flipped out. Oh yeah, that's understandable. Like having outbursts in your own contained area, that's understandable, you know? Like we're only human, and that sucks. That sucks that, you know, somebody would have to create a big like somebody created a big mess for you to clean. Like it doesn't sound like it was directed at anybody. It was just an emotion. Hell yes for the song, just to be clear. I gotcha. I'm the city of a city now. No, disorder, disorder. Now. Somewhere between the singers. Disorder, disorder, disorder. Turns out he wasn't serious when he said it, which calmed me down immediately, and I profusely apologized for flipping out on him or in front of him. Yeah, that's fair. Again, you know, it's one of those things that it's just like it wasn't directed at him. It was just a feeling you had of, damn it, you know, somebody made a mess and made my day more difficult. And even as a joke or you know, if it were serious, you know, it's understandable, right? It's understandable to express your emotions in a healthy way. And I mean, life sucks sometimes, you know. It's you're squeamish, so dealing with those messes is difficult for you. Hey, that's understandable. That's understandable. But it also seems like you have a good handle on your emotions. You know, it seems like you know how to properly convey how you're feeling without taking it out on others and to like process how you feel. Screaming is a very valid way of processing how you feel, as long as it, you know, goes into the realm of not taking it out on other people. There's a time and a place for everything, right? And and that seems like it's one of those good times and places to do so. You were in the back, you were by yourself. Well, maybe not by yourself, but you were in janitor's closet area, and you just you expressed how you were feeling. We'll get started here soon. I don't know. We're just kind of vibing and chilling. Again, it's just one of those low energy days. Maybe we're trying to get a little pumped up before we get into the game so that we can have a pleasant experience today. And even though we're depressed, you know, just kind of push through it, for lack of a better term. And a happier note, you think that one game is getting close to being in a finished state? Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. If you had Spotify open, you just assume that you're listening to your playlist. Nice. So you found some art for a character you want to play? Hell yeah. That's awesome. When you push around. That's awesome. It's always nice when you find something that portrays exactly what you're looking for. You feel like a man when you push her. Sally Face fan art? Oh, okay, okay. I'm familiar with Sally Face. Hell yeah. You can. I think you should be allowed to post links if you want to post a link. I trust you. I mean, I think I have it set so people can post links. If not, then I'm sorry in advance. But it should be open, and that's maybe something that we should change in the moderation when we go into all chat. But that's something we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Or just chatting, not all chat. It's a risk you're willing to take. Alright, I see two links here. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, that's good as shit. That's some good shit right there. Fuck yeah. I don't remember where I originally saw Sally Face, but I really liked what I was watching. I forgot who was playing it. If it was Game Theory or Game Grumps or Markiplier. I don't remember who I was watching play it, but I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed the aesthetic of it. Was it a streamer? It might have been a streamer I was watching at the time. Jacksepticeye? I wonder who I saw. I just remember it being really cool. And like it got me more into the that style, like horrorish. Even though I'm not sure if you would call it horror. I don't know. It's been a while. It was really cool. It was a really cool story. Whoops, I accidentally muted it. My bad, y'all. Not me muting it and the breakdown. That's the streamer, right? Get him out of here. It's an adventure game with psychological horror and mystery fiction elements. All right. Yeah, the psychological horror is one. I'm always a big fan of psychological horror. Psychological horror. I mean, of course, we like dealing with the human mind and emotions and stuff like that. And what a good like genre of horror than psychological to go with that, right? It's Sunday, right? Yeah. Did I even do my intro? I did. I did. I did. Just out of it today. But yeah, I'm excited to continue the story for today. Again, we're a little low energy today, so like please bear with us as we go through today's story. We're trying to get pumped, we're trying to get there. But it's just one of those days. It's storming outside. We've got a lot of pain going on physically. Emotionally, we're dealing with depression as best as we can at the moment. And yeah, it's all kind of leading to a vibey stream that A story, like a visual novel, is kind of like the one that makes us feel a lot. Is I want to get through it, but it's also taxing on us, because we like, we've been the way we've been playing it and just recollecting memories and moments of our life and trying to play the game as if we were in it and stuff like that. So it's excuse me, it's a little taxing on us. And yeah, that's okay. I mean, we'll get through the game. I'm not too worried about it. We're just chatting right now, trying to boost ourselves to get ready for it and to tackle what the game might toss our way. I'm not gonna lie, I kind of want to play some Super Nintendo games. I'm kind of feeling some Super Nintendo games today, but maybe after we play this game for a little bit, right? We'll get through some of it. However much we can maybe once we get started, it'll be a little easier to keep going. So I'm not gonna give up on playing it before even trying to play it today. And it's okay if we don't get very far today. We'll make a little progress today. And then if we want to switch to something else, we will, just to kind of give it a try before giving up, Because there could be some really wonderful and really heartfelt moments that might make us feel better. And I'll never know unless I give it a try. Our life made you so sad the first time you played it, but then made me see life so much positively. Hey, that's great. Welcome on in. Welcome on in, butter. Yeah, I'm glad that it had such an impact on you. I've been loving this game so far. It's been really sweet, and it's been we just entered the step 3 of life, and we're lovers with Cove at the moment. And like we're in that 18 phase. I believe we're 18 now. And yeah, it's been a wonderful journey. We just got introduced to Baxter, and we were gonna hang out with, who are our other friends that it was me and Cove, and then our 3 other, Miranda and 2 others that I'm not remembering their name at the moment. It's a very impactful game for sure. The first playthrough, the first run of the DLCs and all that. Hits in the fields, yeah, I bet. I bet. It's definitely like, it's made me think about different perspectives. Terry? Yeah, I think it was Terry. Baxter's your favorite guy, but he took some getting used to. I'm not sure if we were meeting up with Baxter as well. We might have been. I don't remember, but it might have been Baxter as well. But yeah, I'm, already processing some of the emotions of like adoption and what the characters had to go through, asking about their biological parents and like, that's something I didn't experience, but I got to What did I think of Shiloh during the moments you interacted with him in step one? I thought he was just a little shy boy. I don't think he got along with Ko very well. And I think towards the end, our relationship with him in the game didn't really like pan out very well. It's not that we were like against him. I just think that like he was more of Liz's friend, and it kind of felt like like that for us in the game. I just thought he was kind of awkward and you know just a little boy. Clingy, sure, but other than that, he seemed perfectly normal. He was no Jeremy. He was no Jeremy. Fuck Jeremy. Oh man. And the Weevil bowl cut head ass. It was cool that we got to see him already a little bit, but he didn't recognize either me nor Lizzie. Uh, so we said like you know we said our goodbyes. Do you want a little information about him that isn't spoiling his character at all? I don't remember if it's been told to you before. You were tired and you were in chat yesterday. Yeah, sure, you can go ahead. Spoilers don't do anything for us. You could tell us literally the rest of the story, and I'd be okay with it. I'd be like, oh, cool, I can't wait to experience that myself, you know, kind of thing. But yeah, spoilers don't do anything for me at all. It's just like sometimes I'll read the end of the book or like the last chapter of the book first to try and gauge like there's so much that happens and it's just like wow, I wonder what all is going to happen to make it to this last chapter to get to this point in the story. um doesn't quite work well with math books. Little joke. But yeah, spoilers don't do anything. I could literally like watch 50 people play this and watch like every option that they go through, and then when I come to play it I'm like, oh my god, what does this do? This is amazing. Or like, you know, I'll get my own experience from it whenever I play through it or read it. Jeremy and Shiloh are XOXO droplets characters. All the characters in the game have something wrong with their personalities, from being narcissists to just a general jerk, having germophobia to the extreme, and so on. Oh, interesting. Okay. Okay. Um, I will say that Shiloh was very codependent. Uh, I will say the weirdest thing we had is when we hung out and like we bought ice cream, and then he was just like, "You could have it all." And I'm like, "No, we're gonna share it." But the codependency from Shiloh is like I could definitely see it. And as far as like being a problem, I'm not really sure if it like, you know, he's a little boy, but it depends on how his character grew up all the time, right? We didn't really see him in Act 2. And in Act 3, we barely, like, it seemed like he was hanging out with a crowd that was very, I don't know, it was high school. I don't even know who he was with, right? He's still in high school, whereas we graduated. So it's just kind of like, you gotta let him be himself too, right? And he has to live his own life, and that's what the main character said, and I agree. Like there has to be a boundary, even if like as kids they all played together. As you grow up and stuff like that, it's like, Liz is 20, and why would she be hanging out with a high schooler even if they grew up together? Chell is very aware of other people's emotions and how to manipulate them. He's not so much sociopath coded as he doesn't have the violent or super impulsive tendencies of a sociopath, but he's kind of psychopath coded. Oh, interesting. Oh my god, my camera's gone again. Twice within the hour. That's very interesting. If our camera's gonna keep giving us issues, we might just put our frog art today. We'll have to see though. We'll have to see. Which isn't to say people who with sociopathy or psychopathy are bad people, they just function differently. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I get you. I understand you. I understand you. We'll see if this camera likes to work for a little longer. And if it does, then we'll go ahead and keep using it. And if it doesn't, we'll just go ahead and switch to our little froggy. Because this camera is I need to get a new one. And usually when the weather's bad, it acts up more, so it makes sense that it's losing connection a little bit more, but I need to get a different way of connecting it to my PC. If I did, then I wouldn't have this issue, right? Because right now, my PC's over here, my camera's over here, and it's not connect. It's only connected via Wi-Fi, right? So if I could figure out a way to get my camera to connect to my PC, like a longer cable or something, then I'd be in a lot better position, I feel like. Your opinion and knowledge on him is from reading up on Wiki about his tendencies and such? That's fair. Ow. Along with you. And everything that exists will forever. And everything that exists again. And I ask of you. It's not to stop and I say when he said. I used to love playing this song in Guitar Hero. This is such a fun song to play. Alright, I promise after we come back from the ad break, we'll actually get started with the game. Like I said, it's been a day, and it's been a moment to actually get us started. But I'm feeling alright after this first hour, just talking with y'all and listening to music and stuff like that. So like I used to be forced to play Eye of the Tiger every single time I played Guitar Hero because the person you lived with wouldn't play any other song. It was kind of annoying. That's understandable. That's understandable. It's like you have to do the same thing over and at least, in a repetitive form. That's maybe you wouldn't mind playing the song, but like during like in such a way that it was forced upon you. It's just like, why are we doing this again and again? I get that. That's fair. But I promise we'll get into the game when we actually come back from the ad break, which is gonna happen in like 3 minutes or so. Uh, we're just trying to get there, you know? We're just trying to get there so that we can have enough energy to do some voice acting, to be able to pay attention to the story, to understand what's going on, to fall in love with these characters, to experience the situations like they would and all that kind of stuff. Mm-mm-mm. All right, y'all. The ads, as you can see in the bottom left corner there, you're gonna start in about 3 to 5 minutes. I'm sorry, we're gonna start about in that time. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break. We get up, we stretch, we talk to y'all. We do whatever we need to so that nobody has to watch the ads, and you guys can take a break and do whatever you need to yourself. I promise we'll get into the game when we come back from the ads. I feel like I'm in a better or good enough state to continue playing the game. So that's what we're gonna do when we come back. I appreciate y'all sticking with me through all this, and yeah, I'll see you after the ads. And for those of you who are gonna be here for the ads, I'll be here talking as well. I'm probably just jamming out to music, but I appreciate each and every one of you. Good old Sum 41. Oh, I can tell you guys what I'm gonna try to add to the chat as well. I'm trying to get the next thing I want to add for chat is a TTS that'll play your message in a Star Fox vibe where like a little character will pop up like right here, right? And your message will pop up and you'll have a little character just opening and closing his mouth like that. Not really like matching the words, but speaking in one of those gibberish tones. It's purely going to be for fun, and it's probably not going to work out very well, but I think it'd be kind of cool. So I'm working on that as well. And hopefully I can get that ready before Friday or Saturday or something like that. Going under again. All right, all right, all right. No, 3 doors down. No kryptonite. We're ready to start. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Let's get things started. No kryptonite. All right. So whenever we started, we were introduced to Baxter. He was kind of, his personality was flirty. Just played like absolute garbage in a dungeon. One of them whispers me and tell me he did a great job. Hey. He was kind of like aggressively, well, I'm not gonna say aggressive. He was kind of carefree about his approach, right? And he was definitely flirting with us in the beginning, but it feels like he's respecting our boundaries whenever we told him that Cove and I were a thing. So even if he's like playful and fun, I feel like so far he's respecting our boundaries, so it's like no harm being done at the moment. Baxter just can't read the room for the life of him. Hey, it's fair. So he's not, he seems alright. He seems like a cool new person to join the neighborhood. And again, we don't have any of the DLC and stuff. We just have the base game. And I can't wait to see how things continue on from here. A lot of it has been like of our childhood growing up, and even though we're a young adult now, I feel like our childhood has been relatively safe from outsiders. And by that I mean like it's just been a comforting and safe experience so far. And now that we're actually making it to, like, we're still in the same city, right? But now we have more people that are willing to conversate with us. We're no longer, okay, I'm not gonna say we're no longer kids. but we are in a young adult stage, and what comes with being a young adult of having to mature and still learning a lot of life lessons during that time. I'm interested to see where this goes and how our main characters handle these situations as they traverse this part of their life. I remember being 18, and I know this is a game, but at 18 I was not nearly as emotionally confident or intelligent as these characters here. So it's pretty cool to see them have a lot going for them already, and I can't wait to see the different situations that they get into and how they resolve those situations. But yeah, let's continue, and we'll see where the story goes. Right. They're able to see us, our friends are able to see us, but we are not able to see our friends. They saw me and walking, holding onto Cove's arm, and we're trying to figure out where they are. The message was sent, and you were back to looking around, scanning for any sign of movement and familiar faces, but they were still invisible. Cove looked at you carefully, raising an eyebrow. Miranda, come on out. You sighed at the ridiculousness. You burst into laughing at her antics. You sent your own joking text. You grabbed onto Cove again, wanting to show Miranda how scandalous she could be. Okay. These are pretty funny. These three right here are probably something that we would do. One just you know, being like, yeah, well, we can push things further. And laughing is just, you know, something that we would do normally. We have, when we assess a situation of any sort, our first instinct is to get a chuckle first before we actually, like, process what happened. It's just something that I do naturally, and I say I and we and stuff like that interchangeably, so bursting into laughter makes sense because that is something I do as like a somewhat of a, I want to say a nervous tick, but it's just something I do. In all situations. And sometimes it gets me in trouble, don't get me wrong, because it's like, why are you laughing at me? And it's like, sorry, I'm not. It's just how I process information. First it starts with a chuckle before it goes into like, you know, something deeper. And then, like, of course, you know, if you tell me like a really, really sad story or some really awful event, I'm not gonna, you know, start chuckling and stuff like that. But a lot of life events are kind of just like, well, how about that, right? And like it gets a chuckle out of me. Even my own life events, like, man, I can't believe that this is happening right now. or like, I can't believe this just happened, or the shock, right? The shock factor of, wow, I can't believe whatever is happening just happened. But this one seems fun. You grabbed onto Cove again, wanting to show, oh, you just saw a really cool mount, but it was only available in Season 4 of last expansion. You can't get it now? Aw, damn. We'll grab onto Cove again. Show Miranda how scandalous we could be. At once you hooked your arms around his neck, still holding your phone, and brought him even closer to you. He blushed and gave you a look mixed with amusement and confusion. Seriously, Gad? What did the message even say? Before you could even begin explaining anything to Cove, you both snapped your attention to the yelling from across the street. And there you saw Miranda and Terry coming out from behind the backside wall of the grocery store. They both started waving widely to draw even more attention to themselves. Oh. With your friend's grand entrance made, Cove seemed to realize the joke. He smiled with a sigh, and you let him go for the moment, chuckling. Cove took a step in their direction, grinning. He put his hands around his mouth to better project his message across the street. Hey. Hey. I do voice acting too. It's not good. It's silly, and like we change the voices and stuff like that for the characters. We can never keep it consistent, but we have fun doing it, so we do that. When we were in phase 2, Cove had a really like teenage squeaky voice, and now he's got this really suave voice. So it is what it is, right? Laughing and arm in arm, the girls stopped only to look both ways and then rushed across the empty street. Oh god, another person who's probably gonna sound the same as every other female voice character I do, because I don't really have that much range. Hey, I hope you weren't waiting long. Hi, hope you weren't waiting long. Hi, hope you weren't waiting long.
Hey, buddies.
Terry said it best. Hi. Hi. That joke was not funny. I'm amazed. How did you appear out of nowhere like that? Hey, I'm so happy to see you two. I thought you both knew better than to jaywalk. Wordlessly, you waved. I don't think I've ever gotten on to anybody for walking into, like, they're in the middle of the street like that. I don't think I've ever cared. Jaywalking is such, like... Sure, it's a traffic, or like it's an offense, but it's like, come on, really? If you're really gonna give me a ticket for jaywalking, like, don't you have anything better to do? Or I'm gonna get in trouble for jaywalking. It's like, surely there's gotta be some other better something better that you could be doing with your time than getting me in trouble for just walking in the street. You say that until you get ran over? Hey, either way, I lived the life I wanted to. Hey, I'm so happy to see you two. Now that they were here, their joke on you was already long forgotten in your mind. The life I wanted, the life of a jaywalker. Exactly. The joke on you was already long forgotten in your mind. Terry and Miranda giggled, smiling wide at your declaration. Terry then closed the distance between her and Cove and crushed him in a painfully tight hug. You're finally here. It's been so long. What took you? He did his best to eke out a reply with his chest being compressed.
Sorry.
Eventually, she let him go. Terry looked at him with a beaming smile, but Cove was distracted, rubbing his arms. Standing there, Miranda shifted her weight to her hip. She watched Cove patiently with a bashful smile. Welcome back. Thanks. It finally felt official. Everyone was together in one place. From here, you weren't sure how often you would have another afternoon like this. They didn't either.
So?
Cove? Terry poked Cove square in the chest. You're gonna have to give me your schedule by this time yesterday.
No way.
Not really possible, Terry, but I can say as soon as I know. So far, work hasn't said anything, but I can tell you I'm busy with Orca activities. When Cove wasn't at his part-time job or pursuing his athletic and academic interests, he volunteered for the Ocean Restoration California affiliation, Orca. Who is this kid and why is he so cool? Like, honestly. The group focused on cleaning up beaches and removing pollution from the ocean. Cove always loved the sea. It didn't surprise you one bit when he started getting involved with them. It was Cove's activity. You joined Orca too after learning of it. You were an Orca member and introduced Cove to it. We could keep it Cove's activity. That Big Smash event for the year is coming right up, isn't it? Yeah. I'm sorry, I can't get Terry's voice down. Or Miranda's. They might share a single voice, and it might be that of the mother's. So please bear with me. Yeah, there's not much more to do before then, but I'm kinda looking forward to the fundraising push. You nodded, wondering how the event would turn out this year. I know you can do it, and even if it goes really bad, it still looks good on a college application at least. That's true. Hey, guess what else? We don't have to stand here to say stuff. Let's go! I would like a meal now. Perking up, Cove nodded in agreement. Excited by that plan, you smiled. The four of you headed into town, happily chatting the whole way. The only decision left to make was where exactly to stop and eat. The rest of the afternoon and evening passed by in a blink of an eye. When night fell, it was time to head home, and you parted ways with Miranda and Terry. You and Cove reached your neighborhood without event. It was late enough that your out-of-the-way street was dark and silent. You were walking tiredly after such a long day. You strolled with a skip in your step. You ambled along. Cove was giving you a piggyback ride home. We could stroll with a skip in a day, with a skip in our step. Even at the end of the day, even if we're tired, we'd still be. This plays different if you have the DLC. That's interesting. That's interesting to note. Again, like, I know we have a busy schedule, and the reason why we're playing this game is because one of our community members saved up enough channel points to redeem this game, and they let another community member choose. And Fungi, which is one of our mods, Sir Lady, he wanted me to play this game. So we just kind of got it without the DLC, without anything else, to just play through it. We normally like to play retro games and like Pokemon games and you know, whatever the community votes on Sundays. But if somebody redeems with channel points, streamer play my game, then we will play their game until we complete it. Now, like, you know, with this, it's probably not going to be like the most intense or in-depth, but sometimes we do. And I know, like, you know, because I have a lot of other programs I'm working on for streaming and stuff like that. It might be a while before we come back to our life. But I would definitely like to play the DLC. There's a lot of different moments that were in there that were pretty cool that I kind of wanted to check out. And I know there's different characters that you can romance, I believe, right? And like, I guess as you said, it plays different if you have the DLC. Who asked for did you a service? This game is a gift. Although I'm biased, it's one of my favorites. Hey, it's, you know, I've been enjoying it greatly. When I read the tutorial of this game, and I'm sorry, I know I'm a yapper. I like to yap a lot, so please forgive me for yapping instead of playing the game. But when I first read the tutorial of this game, I'm like, holy hell, they really thought of so much to put into the choices of who your character can be as you grow up, and like give you the options to be and feel and tune that character to how you feel, right? They made it like, sure, there's a story to tell, but they made you incorporate it in that story instead of just going along with that story. And that's something I really appreciate about this game. It's a very wonderful game. It's a very charming game, and like, it's very real in a lot of ways. And the messages that they give you, they have so many good messages in there about living life and being okay with connections and relationships breaking and starting and just growing into who you want to be. It really is so personalized and makes it really special. Yeah, it does. And like, the way that we've been playing this game is we've been playing it like during the childhood phase, we would personally go into like, okay, this is how we were as a kid, and then we would try to live these experiences as we would as a kid, and then the same as a teenager, and now as a young adult. And that's how we're playing the game, right? As if it was us in the shoes of this character. Now, some moments are difficult because my childhood and their childhood completely different, vastly different. So some of the stuff I had to pull from like different parts of my life to just make it through some of these options. But generally speaking, like it's been a wonderful time, because every time, like, you know, it's been bringing up a lot of memories and a lot of moments of who we were and our life choices that we've made. And it's amazing that they're able to capture such a connection between the players and the story, and to make you feel involved in their game. That's what made you sad, comparing your life to the game, but it makes you appreciate life in general. Yeah, this is another life, right? This is a story of life. And like, sure, my life was you know, nowhere near like this family, but it doesn't mean that we didn't have similarities growing up. And I got to learn more about my community as we were talking, because I share a lot of my life in my stream. And like, you know, I was very sheltered as a child. I was not allowed to go outside, and I didn't make any friends really. I had friends at school, sure, but as far as outside school activities, the only thing I was really allowed to do was play video games and do homework. It's mostly doing homework, but video games too. And so like I built a very huge connection with video games, and like video games have helped me process so much of my feelings, and like, you know, along with the tools from I learned from therapy and like all that kind of stuff. The game knows it too, plays into it, is very welcoming, and lets you know it's okay to rely on it. Yeah. And even with this last part, right? When we chose lovers with Cove, it gave us that like, do you want Cove to take over completely? Do you want to be the one that initiates more, or do you want that little middle ground? And we chose the middle ground because it's more of us. Sometimes we initiate, sometimes we want Cove to initiate too. But I really like and appreciate that they thought of that. And that's something that, you know, it's something I haven't seen in a lot of different games. You know, I've been playing games since the Sega Genesis and Mortal Kombat and Sonic the Hedgehog 2. Those are my first two games that I played. I've been playing a lot of games throughout the years, and I gotta say, like, I know there's so many games that I haven't played, and that's kind of why I created this channel, to kind of play as many games as I can. But this is definitely one of a more unique experience of a visual novel, of allowing me to personalize who I am while going through the story. And I know like some of the decisions aren't really gonna have like a grand scheme on the end of, like, on the general story, but it makes it feel more like me, or the character I'm trying to build, if I was playing again, right? And like those options that I would definitely choose for me or that character. And it's definitely a unique experience, and it's definitely one of the better. I usually have trouble making choices with choose your own adventures and stuff like that. And this one, not so much. This one's just kind of like, well, how does this make you feel? It's different from just how does it make you feel to these are the next steps of the story. Which way do you want to go? And they captured that really well here. And I'm grateful to be able to play it. I'm grateful to be able to experience this game. $10K away. Nice, GBC. Yeah, me too. I'm really glad I am enjoying it. It's a very unique and special experience, and it's one that I think everyone should experience at least once. So yeah, congratulations to everybody who's worked on this, because it's amazing. And when we go over the credits, we always love to watch the credits because we've made games ourselves, although we've never published any. They were always personal projects. I know what it takes to make a game. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of expressing yourself correctly, and be it the artwork, be it the audio, be it the visuals. That I know I said artwork, but the visuals in general, with like sound effects and stuff like that, and voice acting. All of that takes time. All of that takes effort. All of that takes energy. And even the games that like received not so great scores on reviews or are deemed bad games, right? There's still a lot of people who worked on that game. And sure, not all games are winners, right? But there's always something to look at in those games that people who created for others to enjoy. And I know we're always so quick to judge a finished product of like, well, this isn't AAA, or this isn't like anything unique or special. It's just this is a clone of this game, and then all that stuff. And sometimes that may be true, and that might be a fair assessment. But these people still worked on that game, and depending on how much they've actually worked on it versus like how much they just copied and pasted, sure, it's just something completely different. But stealing is never the play. But working on something and putting your life into it, right? These are people's lives that they've put in there to create something for others. And there's something special about that. There's something that's great about it, and in all video games, and that's what I like about playing video games. You get to see so much passion behind it. And sure, their finished creation may not be what they expected, but you can see the passion behind it. You can see the joy behind it. You can see the frustration about getting that one moment just right, so that it hits perfectly. And that's what a lot of people don't see whenever a game is made. And we're quick to judge. Games are an art for sure. You like to see humanity in it. Yeah, for sure. And the music in this game is great too. Days like today, filled with good food and good company, left you feeling energized. As you walked alongside Cove, you peered at his face out of the corner of your eyes. You wonder why he felt so distant to you. It was out of character. For a while, Cove silently stared ahead and left you alone with your own thoughts. It surprised you when you didn't hear his voice all of a sudden. He still wouldn't look at you. It feels weird coming back to the neighborhood and trying to get into things like they're the same. And they're not. They've changed. They're still changing. And this is one of those moments that is really beautiful about this game, because it understands that life is always changing. Right? And I know we've changed as we've grown up, but the game has always made sure to let the viewer, the player, know that things are always changing. And that is the one constant in life that is true. Is that change is always happening. Whether we see it or not, big changes or small changes, it's always happening. And sometimes we try to see a future with our current situation. Right, but that it's hard to see that future, even if you're in a whatever current situation you're in, because things are always changing, and you never know what's going to happen in the future. Sure, there's more educated guesses than chaos, But still, you never know what's gonna happen. And that's the one thing I really love about this game, or one of the things I really love about this game, is that they drive it home that change is always upon us. And whether it be good or bad or small or huge or whatever. And this is one of those parts of growing up that it's just like, yeah, change is happening. You know, you're in the game. Our sister is moved out or has moved out, is in college, right? The neighbors aren't the cranky neighbors aren't there, right? Instead we have Baxter that's there now. Our parents are getting older. I'm sure, you know, Ko's parents are always busy, right? That's kind of what they were getting at in the beginning. Like they everybody's got their own lives, and it's changed from when we were children, maybe because we were more focused on ourselves and as a child, you know, as children do. And then when you grow up, you kind of start seeing the world around you for what it is. And this is a really cool moment to be able to experience from the character's position as well as, you know, the reader's position, the player's position. Your mouth felt uncomfortably dry all of a sudden. It was true. The things that kept the people you knew together were starting to disappear. Each person had to make their own priorities and their own path now that it wasn't set for them. You thought about your own immediate future. You were still set on that for yourself. You wanted to go to school full-time, to go to school part-time, to work full-time, to work part-time, to focus on time that's not school or work. We would go to school full-time. We would work part-time, even though, like, when I was 18, I'd be working full-time and going to school full-time. But it wouldn't be our focus to go to work full-time. Our focus would be school full-time. But we would need some part-time work as well. And then to focus on time that's not school or work. And again, this is an option that's interesting, because to me, this option wasn't available. I take it back. It was available, but it wasn't a priority. It was something that I wouldn't learn until years later in my life. Years later, that there's more to life than just work and school. And you know, it would be the fun bits in between work and school that were just hobbies or things that are tasks or skills that I want to grow for my personal use, right? For my personal gain. And when I was 18, that definitely wasn't a thing, a priority for me. All of it was just about school and work. And that was it. Finding out who I was and stuff like that wouldn't happen until way later in my life. It took me until like 24, and when I started dating my ex, and like then I started experiencing sexually and like opening up my sexual preferences and all that stuff. And then like it wouldn't be until after the relationship with my ex, which lasted 10 years, and about 5 years ago now, maybe a little less, about 5 years ago from now, when I start to heal from my physical disability and from my emotional trauma, and also at the same time work on things that were not school and work myself, you know, figure out who I am, figure out what life I want to live, figure out the clothes that made me feel comfortable. And like, you know, we all have our stories in life. We all have our challenges and our you know, things that we got to work on, things that we have to overcome. And that this is one of them for me, right? And now that I am in a position where I can, like, I have started to take my non-school and non-work life into a more and start developing that for myself. I've noticed so much changes in who I am and who I want to be, and I'm more in control of my life than I was before, than I ever was. And sure, you know, there's more growing that I have to do, but this is something that, like, and this is why, again, one of the reasons why I love this game, because it thinks about things like this. It thinks about that extra step that might not have been available or a priority for people like me, right? There's more to life than just school and work. There's who you are. And that's one of the beauties of this game, is that they capture that essence of more, of so many different options that could be available to you. And I really like that about this game. I really like that about this visual novel. It's really cool to experience. But again, playing the game based off of how we were at the time, we would not be focusing on stuff that wasn't school or work. So that was the basics. It's a perfect way to put it. We work a lot. We've been working a lot. Like, we love building communities. We love talking about emotional intelligence and empathy, and like, and how to process emotions, right? All emotions are valid. You know, the emotion comes in no matter what it is. You process it, and then you let it go. You say, hey, thanks for stopping by, or like, you know, fuck you, you're not welcomed anymore, leave. They'll be back, sure, but you know, it's just one of those things that it's just it's taken me a while to grow, right? And the healing that I've done really helped me realize that what I really like doing is being a life coach and sharing these emotions, sharing how to handle situations that we all don't get a chance of seeing, or we all don't prioritize or think about at all. And that's what I like to do, because I know a lot of, like, when I was that age, I was lost. I had such a horrible mindset, such a toxic masculine mindset that it stunted me in so many ways. And when I started to learn how to unlearn those traits is when I started to learn how to appreciate myself more. And, you know, now I'm 36 now, and like, I have a whole lot of experience that I want to share with people. And that's why I stream. I love people coming in to talk and having them talk about how they're feeling and what's bothering them, and like emotional situations that I know when I was younger, I didn't know how to deal with, right? Like loneliness and living life for myself and all that stuff. I was always told, you go to school, you'll get a good job, you find somebody to love, you'll raise a family, and that's life. And you know, the older I got, I realized that that's all a bunch of bunk. That's expectations set by some random person, in this case my family, but they got it from somewhere too, right? So it's like a generation of all these random expectations of you do this and this and this, and then your life is set. And it's like, that's not how life works. Life is just a mixture of all those things at once, and just nothing is ever guaranteed. So that's what I try to like promote, is being able to explore who you are in this stage, in these earlier stages, because I didn't have that guide. I didn't have that someone to be there. I'm sure it existed, but I didn't have the resources. I was toxic. I acted out online. I used to call, I used to say some mean things to people online. And it wasn't until I said something that hurt a friend of mine where I realized that I don't need to be that way anymore. I don't need to be toxic. I can just play the game and have a good time. And if I'm not having a good time, then I need to step away from that game. And like, I grew a lot. I grew a lot. And I want to be able to provide resources for people who need help growing, who need help with that feeling of being lost. Because I understand it. I was there. I lived it. And I think everybody has to go through it at some point. And sure, I can't, make choices for you, and I'm not trying to. I just want to be able to provide resources for people who are growing, who, maybe don't know about resources that are out there, maybe who do think that toxicity is the only way to go forward because of whatever reason. And I just want them to know that that's not true, and that there is hope. There is a way for you to live and traverse this life and be kind to each other and to be understanding of each other. We don't all have to get along, right? But we do all have to respect each other. And I want to take a toxic mindset and try and have those people see that there are different perspectives, there are alternative ways of living. And sure, not everybody's going to want to change, right? And again, I'm not trying to get people to change. It's more about providing those resources in case somebody wants to change, in case somebody takes a look at their life and is like, hey, maybe I don't want to live this way anymore. Maybe I do want to try a different way of life. Maybe I want to try something different. And here are some resources on how to do that. Right? Here's a book on emotional intelligence. Here's some guidance as to, well, I need to learn how to handle myself. Therapy's a good way to do that. It gives you the tools that you need to tackle your own mental challenges, right? And a lot of people, there's a lot of different uses for therapy. And one of them is learning the right tools to use for the job. And the way I like to see it is it's just like any other class, right? You have math, English, whatever, social studies. It all follows a rule set, right? And so does mental health. So does finding yourself. And you can learn about those tools in therapy. And it's just the same as like having a teacher guide you through class, right? You get an hour of talking, you get an hour of working on what y'all want to work on together, and then you have homework. You have homework of learning how to use those tools. You have homework as to how to process those feelings or whatever you talk about, whatever you need help with. And that's why, therapy isn't always the answer, because it's not some magic tool that's just gonna fix you. There's so much that goes on in this world, including like environmental mental hazards and all that kind of stuff, but just situations that you can't really escape, that therapy's not going to help you with, that some hard changes are going to help you with, though. But again, it's not like an answer for everything, but it's a good place to start to see a different perspective in life and how and to learn different tools that could push us forward, that can make us learn more about ourselves. And that's what I want this channel to be. That's what I want my streams to be. Because video games are a wonderful medium for that. So many games talk about different kinds of emotions. They give us different kinds of feelings all the time. From happy to rage to pride, joy, jealousy. They make us feel a wide range of emotions, and that's so beautiful. And that's why I want to use video games as a medium to help explain empathy and emotional intelligence and what it means to care for somebody and what it means to process your feelings without lashing out on other people. And by lashing out, I don't mean just the negative emotions, right? Because you can lash out positivity too. You can lash out happiness. And like, it's kind of like if you don't read the room, you know, it's going to come off in some way that you don't intend it to be. And that's what I like to do, is to give the opportunity for people to try and change. Try and change themselves, because I'm not going to be able to change you, and nor do I want to try and change somebody else. It's not my thing, you know. That's just, it's not me, and it's not how conversating or talking to people work. And I don't want anybody to like, I want people to be free thinkers, you know. I want people to be able to make those decisions on their own. And it's not going to be easy, and some people never get there. Some people spend their whole lives trying to get there and to understand. But I mean, that's just part of it, right? That's just part of your journey, your life journey. And the more you experience in life, the more you can understand more. Like, the more you go around and outside your bubble, the more you get new things you get to experience. And sure, not all of it's going to be positive, and a lot of it, you know, might not be positive, but there exists something out there that is positive for you. And maybe it's all it takes is learning how to change the way you view the world to make you get closer to your goals and dreams. But yeah, I really like building communities, and I really like helping people. I really like providing support for people. I want people to know that I can be in their corner as they go and traverse the world and live their story. Because we grow from reading stories, we grow from listening to other people's stories, we grow from experiencing different stories, different mindsets, different ways of thinking. That's such a beautiful thing. But sorry, I yapped again. I'm a big yapper, in case y'all haven't noticed by now. We actually have a command for when I start yapping. And it's because I yap a lot. I think 2 streams ago we yapped for like 6 out of the 8 hours that we were live. So once I start yapping, I won't stop yapping. We're big yappers here. And I love it. Every moment of it. Sure, it makes the games a little slower, but I mean, it's part of the journey, right? It's part of the adventure. It's part of what this game does. Is invite you to new ideas that you might not think about. And that's exactly what I want to do. Japanese is a language we're all fluent in. It's beautiful to hear how much it matters to you. It does matter a lot. I grew up very, very lonely in life. And I have, you know, sure, I have my family that was there to support me. But like I said, I didn't have any friends outside of school. I couldn't go outside. And online wouldn't happen until later in my life. All this didn't exist when I was younger. I grew up with dial-up and all that stuff, so it was like, it's wonderful to be able to do this. It's so wild to in my lifetime to be able to experience this ability to stream, right? To broadcast to other people from my own room. You know, the technology growth is wild. It's insane. And it's able to give me a platform to be able to talk to the world, whoever wants to listen. And I want to be there for them. I want to be there for as many people as I can. And I know, like, and of course, you know, it goes into relationships and connections and how the ebb and flow of friendship always just like, you know, you meet people and you have a great time. You experience moments, right? Just like this game, you experience moments with everybody that you meet. good moments, bad moments. It's moments, right? And these moments carry on through us, like throughout life, carry on with us throughout life. And like, you know, I had a friend that came in here yesterday. He was a friend since middle school. He was one of my friends in school, but one of those friends that I only had in school and not anywhere else because I couldn't have friends outside of school. And he came into my chat. We hadn't spoken to each other in years. And he came into my chat the other day. He's like, "Hey, what's up? This is such and such. We grew up together." And it's like, holy shit, yeah, okay. And it's just, it's just one of those beautiful moments of like, it's been years, our friendship had ebbed away. So like, and it's just wild to have somebody come back into your life, it's just, the friendships never really go away. They just kind of change. And it's just one of those things where, again, it's just life, it's just how the world works. And it's kind of funny how it works sometimes. And and yeah, it's just one of those things I really like talking about. It's one of those things that I really found passion in. And this is one of those things that's really given me passion to keep going. This is a passion that I found relatively recently. I've always been really tech heavy, and I graduated in computer science, and like, I have a with a specialty in computer security. And this is a huge shift from that, but it's not really, like, it is and it isn't, because I'm able to apply my knowledge that I learned and the logic from computer science into emotions. And one of the things is that, and one of the things I hear all the time is that emotions are logical. And that's not true. Emotions do have logic. They follow a flow. They follow a mathematical function that we might not understand, but it's there. And every feeling that you have has an underlying meaning to it. And there's the logic in it, is going to that root cause of that emotion and trying to figure out what it is. And it becomes one giant puzzle at that point. And I love puzzles. So it's like, it's cool to see computer science and math logic brought into the world of emotions, because they're there. They so much exist. And the logic is there, and it's a matter of trying to figure out how to access that data. But yeah, we we yap a lot. and this is something I really want to do now. I really want to be a life coach. I really want to guide people and, do my best in providing support. I'm not a therapist, right? But I really do like helping people based off of my own experiences and from what people describe as well. I've had so many people come in and talk about their life too, and I always love listening. I always love making people feel heard, because it's important to me, and that's what I'll do, and I'll always do. And like, sure, there's some boundaries that I have myself of like, well, you don't be toxic, and that meaning can go a variety of different ways. So it's like, okay, well, don't be racist, don't be homophobic, don't be transphobic, all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, you gotta have rules too, right? You can listen to other people, but there's still gotta be that rule set of, well, this is a space that's supposed to be, or try to encompass everybody. I know it can't, but there's got to be some boundaries. There's got to be some rules. And like, it's okay if you have a certain mindset trying to change it, but it's got to fall within those boundaries. Because then, you're causing me stress, and you're causing my viewers and other people stress. And it's like, well, we can't have that one stressful person like ruining things for everyone, right? So it's definitely knowing how to set boundaries, set those regulations, and set those key moments for you to be able to say, hey, look, you're passing the line here. I need you to take a step back. Or like, hey buddy, that was too much, you're gone. You know? So it's like it's not easy, especially on an online space, but nothing in life ever is easy. And the things that we really want to accomplish, they're never going to be easy. Nothing in life, living is always going to be difficult, no matter what your life experience is. With money, without money, it doesn't matter. Like, sure, you can have, like, there are things that make life easier, but there's definitely a lot that you still have to learn and grow as a human to be able to function. And that isn't easy. But again, there's never such a thing as being like the easy way out in life, because even in death, right, there's still a lot of difficulty and toughness for the people around you. So there's never an easy way out. There's always pain and suffering at every turn. and that's just part of life, you know. That's something in life that we all gotta understand and accept. But we keep yapping like this, and we're gonna have a lot of people being able to request games. For your career, you thought you'd find a company to work at, work online, do contract work, start your own business. When I was 18, I would find a company to work at. It's one of those things that I wanted to do, and like, again, like, I started off as an engineer, then went on to a math major, and then computer science. So like, we didn't really have ambitions to start our own business, or to do contract work, or to work online. Again, this was not really an option for us back in the day, but we'll have start our own business here as some sort of ambition. All right, y'all. I know. We have an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. Although we do yap a lot, so there's probably going to be a lot more yapping. During this time, we take a break. We like to get up, stretch, move around, grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you need to do. Now is the time to do it. Nobody likes watching the ads, so we advise you to get up and move so that you don't have to watch the ads either. And I know that, you know, some people are working and all that stuff, and, you know, do whatever you need to do. The ads are just that, right? They're unavoidable, and we gotta play them. So take the time to get up, stretch, move around, and thank you for the hydrate. And we'll see you after the ad break. And when we come back, we'll get further. I promise we'll do more gaming when we get back. Promise we'll get to the gaming when we get back. I'm actually gonna get up and move around myself. I'll be right back. Promise. Be right back. More gaming when we get back. But I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you so very much. All right, welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Let's continue our life. Sorry, I'm messing with my headset. Our headset broke, or our headphones broke. We were playing Kingdom Hearts 2, and we beat Sephiroth, and we got really excited, and my arm ended up smashing down on the cable, and it yoinked my headphones off out of socket, and it kind of broke my headset. So I'm in the works of trying to get something new, but I'm trying to figure out what I want exactly. Preferably something that doesn't go over my head so that my hair doesn't get fucked up every time, but it's one of those things. Listen, man, Sephiroth was difficult, alright? We were so happy. We were so happy we beat him, and we beat him with I don't know how we didn't die when he fire pillared and we were at 1 HP. Don't know how we didn't die. Alright. And that was all. For your education, you thought you'd attend a community college, attend a public university, go to private college, join a trade school, take online classes. We attended a community college before going to a university. And if you do go to college, I honestly suggest going to a community college because it's a lot cheaper than a university. And then if you need to, transfer to a university because it's a huge change in pricing. If you can afford a university, and like, go, by all means go for it, but a community college can teach you just the same thing that you need to learn at a way cheaper price. And then if you need to, you go to a public university for like your last semester, your last year, to make some connections and get your in that way into the working force that way. So we'll do both of those because that was kind of our plan at 18, even though it didn't end up that way. But I mean, it did, just later on in life, different parts, you know. And for that, you wanted to stay local, go to a different part of the state, go out of state, go abroad, travel around to different places. Man, you know, staying local would be cool. Going to a different part of the state is like, all of these options are pretty cool, right? There's no wrong way to go about this. Us, we stayed local. We stayed local and eventually moved to a different part of the state to finish our education, but definitely stayed local in the beginning. Would I want to go to a different school out of state? I think that'd be fun. I think that would be an interesting experience. And I think that, you know, in this case, I kind of want to stay close to Cove. It'll all be happening soon. You're already applied to schools and jobs. You're already applied to schools. You're already applied to jobs. You started to prepare for what was coming. You hadn't begun to do anything yet. We'd already be applying for schools. And you've been open about your situation, and everyone knew. And you'd only spoken about this with family and those who were close to, like Cove. And you'd kept all of this to yourself, and Cove was the only person who knew. We would tell our family and Cove. If we were 18 and had somebody that we were talking to at the time that we felt as close to as we did with Cove, we would definitely let them know too. We wouldn't just spring it on them. We would let them know. Now you wonder what Cove had in mind. You heard him consider some things for his future, but it was never anything that you would have counted as a real plan. Making it back home, you both stopped in the middle of the street. Cove sighed. Cove looked at the ground for a moment, his mouth trembled, trying to settle on the right words to say. So, you're planning on working and stuff in Sunset Bird? You nodded. Your stomach felt like it was twisting into knots. Cove closed his eyes and nodded while he composed his thoughts. He looked at you when he lifted his head. I decided on something. Well, kind of. He smiled slightly and rubbed his arm, and then his expression grew more serious. I'm not going to decide on a school or a career, not this summer. I'm going to stay here, at least in Sunset Bird. I'll probably move out of my dad's place. What? I'll keep working my job, keep doing my volunteer stuff, and everything else. That's actually fair. This is a very valid lifestyle to have, right? He's growing up, like, he has a job, he's doing stuff that makes him happy. Like, this is a solid mindset to have about it. Instead of that this is him doing everything that he wants to, right? And education is important, don't get me wrong. I would much prefer people go to college because you broaden your horizons a lot when you do so. But I also understand college isn't for everyone. And I also understand that people just want to live their life at a certain way. And as long as you're open to learning and open to learning about different people's situations and being like understanding, right? There's no like, well, I'm not gonna say there's no downside, but there's nothing wrong with doing what he's doing. Again, he has the ability to do this. I didn't so much. It was keep working or keep going to school to find a better career or work at a factory. And there wasn't ever a do what I wanted to do. It was a do what was needed to be done sort of thing. So, this is definitely a new experience for me. And then the ability to, like, be able to do what he's doing.
I don't know.
Maybe I'll know what I want for myself by fall, or next year, or maybe I'll never have a plan. Life will continue on with whatever's happening. I'm not gonna crush myself trying to have everything figured out by a timeline that someone else has set. I just can't do that. That is a very, very healthy way of looking at things. And again, wonderful job, people who write this dialogue, who understand the trauma of all these expectations put upon us. Wonderful job. Wonderful job explaining all this. His brow furrowed and his tone was tense. It was clear how much expectations were weighing on him. I guess it'll be me and you, right here for a while longer. His eyes were glossy. You weren't going to be separated, and that meant a very great deal to him. Your plan sounds very you. You nodded understandingly. You were glad the two of you would be in Sunset Bird together. Somehow I'm not surprised things turned out like this. You weren't sure how to react. Your plan sounds very you. Cove grinned. He looked relieved that you understood. I think so too. I'll see you tomorrow, Gad. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night. He pulled you into an unexpected hug. It knocked the breath out of you. Yet couldn't have been a more reassuring feeling. You returned his embrace and stayed that way for as long as you could.
Good night.
He finally let go, giving you another smile. Then Cove started walking away, but you remained there, frozen in the middle of the street. You watched him and wondered, how many more times will he be able to say that he'll see you tomorrow? Damn, that's oof. That's a tough question. One, I don't ask myself that anymore. You hoped for countless more times. Finally, you turned towards your own house. You vowed to yourself that you would make the most out of every moment you had this summer. Yo, okay, we made it to the moments. And again, look at all these moments. They look amazing. Oh, this says specifically Baxter. And whereas this is just step 3. So I wonder if this is for Baxter only. And this is for Cove? I'm not really sure. But we'll save it here. Oops. And like all these seem pretty cool, right? I would love to eventually, maybe we will come back to this for the DLC at some point. Again, I can't make any promises because we've got a lot of games to play already, but I really do want to see more of what the game has to offer. And again, we'll probably come back to it sometime. I just don't know when. But we probably will. We have a few games that are like that already, like We Happy Few and a few others. Poor Sly is fucking dead. It's not dead, dude. It's just been a hot minute since we've been able to come back to our PlayStation segment or our community game day segment. Sly 3, we'll finish Sly 3, alright? Sly 3 will get finished one way or another. We'll finish building the ultimate thieving team to steal back our well, to go back to the beginning of the first mission and then have our shit kicked in. Yeah, I'm not really sure how the ending's gonna play out with that game. But we'll get back to it eventually. It's on the to-do list. Alright, we'll go with some... And you know, if we don't have another game picked by next Sunday, then we'll definitely be playing it on Sunday. I have a feeling that we'll finish this game either today or tomorrow, probably tomorrow because we yap so much. And then you know, we'll go back to the PlayStation games. We still have Hello Kitty to play as well. That's gonna be more of a... Maybe we'll start the stream of Hello Kitty and then we'll go into the PlayStation segment. Because there's still more Hello Kitty Island Adventure I would love to check out. But since that was an unofficial winner, that's why it's on hold right now. But yeah. Let's continue on. Let's start with... Oh boy. Did we get the what may be the hardest one out of the way first? I don't know. Drive could be pretty good too. But talks are always difficult, right? Communication is always difficult. It's fine. Yeah, I know. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. We'll get there. We got a huge backlog of games that we gotta clear. And then all of our friends list is just changed. Sorry, y'all, I'm pulling up tabs at the moment. Alright, well. This is fine. We gotta support the homies, you know? They put a lot of work and dedication into their own streams, and I like to show support. And a lot of them streams during the same time I do, so like... It even makes me want to show support even more. But let's continue. Like in general, what is that? I don't know what that is. Question or that question is asking for. I wasn't paying attention. Game backlog. Yeah, we definitely got a few in general that we need to clear. We need to beat Martian Gothic Unification. That is we need to beat that one. And then we got like a lot of different... Yeah, we're not gonna write the end on it. Alright, we're actually gonna beat it. We just gotta figure out how. But another time for another day. And then we gotta... Not that one. Oh, the YouTube the ending? Anyways, let's go on. Oh, just played off stream and then saved the ending for stream. That I want to practice off stream how to do this part, because I think I can cheese it, but the cheesing method it might take a minute to get down, you know? Because we have to deactivate this guy's force field, and then we have to blow him up. And we need 2 people there at the end one to deactivate the force field, one to act as bait, then we gotta deactivate the force field, and then we gotta blow his ass up, right? So it's a very that part of the game is very, very intricate and it's very hard, and I think there's one more puzzle afterwards, and then we gotta blow it all up and escape. So we're close to the end. We just have to figure out how to do. I bet it's a fuse box. Listen, man, there's a lot of fuse box puzzles. Okay, let's go ahead and get the talks out of the way. Another placid summer day was drifting by. Your daydreams were chasing each other, none sticking around long enough to become a firm plan. But you really didn't mind that right now. A tapping worked its way into those dreams. Focusing more, you realized it was coming from your window. A grin popped on your face, as though it had been waiting all day for this moment. Heading to the window, you could see Cove outside. His habit of climbing this way really was a true Coveism. He'd rather scale your house than wait a couple extra minutes for you to come down. You still decided to give him space. You held a hand out to him. We'll help him in. You offered Cove a hand to help him. Once he was mostly inside, he took it to help steady the last bit of his entrance, though considering how many times he'd done this, he hardly needed the help. Hey, Gad. Hi, Cove. I'm glad you made it in okay. Cove laughed at that and took one last look at his exclusive entrance. He hummed with a teasing look on his face. Yeah, I think it's pretty impressive that I've managed to keep this up without ending up with a new broken bone. Oh no, don't joke about that. Sorry, I promise it'll be alright. Cove's voice came out quietly, with a strangely pleased smile on his face. Did something happen? Cove opened his mouth to answer, only to have your phone ringing cut him off. You both turned to where it rested a little further up on your bed. It was still face down, so you couldn't tell who was calling. It's okay. Your attention shot back to Cove. He smiled at you awkwardly. Go check. It could be important. I'll wait. Thanks. He shuffled forward and scooped a little noisemaker into your hand. You flipped it over and checked the caller ID. It's Miranda. Oh, you should answer it. I want to say hi too. With a nod, you accepted the call and set it to speaker. Hi, Miranda. Hi. There was something off about her tone. Cove met your gaze and you saw the same confusion in his expression, so it was more of a hi.
Have you heard from Terry?
Have you heard from Terry at all? Or did you hear about her from Cove? Oh no. Huh? No, she hasn't called me, but Cove is with me right now. Hey. Oh, hi Cove. Is that what you were going to say? He shook his head no before realizing that it wasn't a good enough answer when one person couldn't actually see it. No, Terry hasn't called me today either. Is something wrong? At that, Miranda couldn't hold herself together any longer. The muffled sobs from the other side of the line were unmistakable. Terry doesn't like me anymore. If she ever did. What? That doesn't sound right. You're probably her best friend out of all of us. It's funny how some situations are relatable, huh? Yeah, why do you think like that? She sniffled, and there was a pause as you could hear her shift the phone to her other hand. Terry was here the other night watching movies with me. We were up super late. She realized her parents probably went to bed, so they couldn't pick her up. My mom and dad were definitely asleep then. Dad works early. I tried to telling her it was okay to just spend the night and she could text her parents what happened, but Terry really didn't want to. You glanced at Cove. He looked equally unsure as you about where this story is going. It didn't sound like a friendship-ending situation. I suggested things to make it easier. She was nervous. Like she could sleep by herself in my room while I stay somewhere else. Yeah? And I said we didn't have to sleep at all. We could have kept watching movies until one of our parents woke up. I wouldn't have minded. I know not everyone can do sleepovers, but Terry wouldn't even tell me what was really wrong or what I could do to help. I thought we could tell each other anything. I guess I was wrong. Did she stay in the end? No. We got too loud in the kitchen and my dad woke up. He offered to drive her home when he heard what was wrong. She texted me apologizing for my dad having to do that when he needed rest. But that was it. She isn't talking to me anymore. You could hear every bit of the tears and heartbreak in Miranda's voice. This continued to be a shock for your neighbor. But Cove recovered and spoke gently. I'm really sorry. There's no way Terry wanted to make you feel this bad, or that she's just done with your friendship because of this. Miranda, sniffling, continued. You hope she had plenty of tissues handy. It'd be okay. I hope Terry's alright. It's really weird that she reacted like that. It's not a big deal, honestly. You weren't sure what to say. We'd probably say something like, I hope Terry's alright. Miranda gave only a feeble hum in response. Your brain struggled to get a grasp at on this whole situation. Miranda's voice sounded a little bit more collected after finishing her story, but she knew that the crying was far from being done. I thought she'd have reached out to one of you by now. Maybe she's not talking to anyone. Yeah. Sorry for bothering you and Cove about this. You're not bothering us. Right. You can tell us anything. Thank you. Her shaking voice finally conveyed a little optimism, or at least relief that she wasn't dealing with it entirely on her own.
Is that alright?
If you do hear from her or anything, could you let me know if she's alright? We can. Thanks. Talk to you later, okay? Bye. 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 That didn't really seem like an especially productive point to end the call. Though you also weren't sure where to go from there. Looking to Cove, his face seemed as lost as yours. With no alternative, you hung up and put your phone back on your bed. Cove crossed his arms, a frown creasing his face. He began to pace the length of your room, clearly trying to put the pieces together in his head in a way that made sense. You were worried. You felt pretty confident about this working out well. It sounded like trouble to you. You weren't sure how to react. We'd be a little bit worried. Biting the inside of your cheek, you stared at the ground. Hearing Miranda so distraught like that was not easy. And what about Terry? The uncertainty was tearing you up. The empty state of your head before learning this was not helping you now. You couldn't put two thoughts together, and flopping back on your bed, you stared into space. We should probably try calling Terry. Cove's voice managed to drag you back to some grounding. He stopped pacing, but you still saw a perturbed look on his face. Yeah, I'm worried about her too. You bounced up and moved to his side, ready to act on whatever plan you two could come up with. Cove started with the easiest thing. He pulled out his phone and called Terry. Cove let it ring, and ring, and ring, and ring. Terry didn't answer. There wasn't even an option to leave a voice message. Your shoulders slumped, and Cove looked even more troubled, if that was possible. He turned to you as if for some lifeline. Could you try calling? I'm gonna send a text, just like, hey, I was trying to reach you, call me, or something. Yeah. You took up your phone once more. Unfortunately, after another set of interminable rings, the line went dead. No answer, no voicemail. Hanging up, you saw Cove visibly deflate. He rubbed his arm, eyes distant, openly struggling with the whole affair. I don't like this at all. They're fighting. We barely know anything, and we're supposed to just wait and see? Despite it only being a minute since he texted Terry, Cove checked his phone again. He was desperate for progress, for something, and you frowned as you watched him. You need to try to relax? You're making me anxious. There's no way Terry has answered you. They're gonna get over it, you know? You stayed silent. We need him to try to get out of panic mode, right? We need him to ground himself in some way. saying you need to try and relax to somebody who needs to relax is usually not the way to get them to relax. But if they're willing to try and like be open to the solution, it could, you know, there could be better phrasing. I think the phrasing could be better, but the sentiment is still there, right? That's what he needs to try to do. Maybe not like, I guess it depends if he's okay with being with a direct statement that's like this, right? Some people aren't, and that's okay. How you say things matters as much as the way you say them, or like you saying it. So this is one of those nuanced situations where it's like, yes, he does need to try to relax, and maybe, you know, saying you need to try to relax is different than a command of relax, you know. Ko stared hard at the screen as though he was trying to will a new message to appear. As your words sank in, his gaze slid over towards you. Just a little bit? Come on, you're working yourself up. Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath and released it slowly. It wasn't much, but you could see him ease up slightly. Okay, yeah, he's got some grounding techniques. Yeah, you're probably right. Ko was still gripping his phone with both hands as though it might fly away if he let go. He looked to you with almost painful earnestness. Should we? What do we even say if we do hear from one of them? His pacing resumed as he attempted to answer his own question. We should probably tell them to talk to each other instead of only us. Maybe. He slowly came to another halt, like a gear winding down. We should find out Terry's side of the story. We should confront Miranda and let up with Terry. I don't know. We should only tell them to work it out between themselves. That's it. You wonder why you always had to come up with things. You didn't say anything. I think we should try and find out Terry's side of the story, right? This is part of peer mediation. And it's one of those things where it's like, if two friends are having some sort of beef, having a third party can be helpful. You know, having somebody listen to their side of the story as well as yours and Miranda's side, Terry's and Miranda's side. That way you can make a better assessment as to how they should get together and work things out. Not that it's our job or anything, it's more of just like, that's what friends do for each other, right? They talk to each other. They have those hard conversations sometimes if they're open to it. It depends on your connection type and how well of a friend you are to said person. You know? And again, it's a matter of, do they even want to listen at that point? And sometimes they might need time to figure themselves out. Sometimes they need to go down a wrong path before they want to make a change. And who's to even say it's a wrong path? It's a different path. One that doesn't include your previous company, which can raise alarms for sure. It's alarming to lose a connection instantly and over something that shouldn't be like, you shouldn't lose a connection over. But it happens, right? It's one of those things that it's just life. And the only thing you can hope for at that point is for them to have a good one of it. You know, or if they hurt you in some way, then to curse them. Like I said, we don't all need to get along. We just need to be understanding and respectful of each other. Nothing could be done until you knew what you thought of this. That much was certain. Cove nodded slightly in agreement. For several minutes, you both remained there in silence, drowning in your thoughts. Eventually, Cove turned around. I'm gonna text Terry that we already know what's going on. Maybe she'll have an easier time talking to us because she won't have to pretend or explain. Yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. You can't do that. Miranda didn't say it was alright to admit she talked to us. Okay, well... I have problems with this statement, but I also understand it. You felt way too overwhelmed to know what to say next. I think you're pushing too much. That's not a good idea, Cove. Not at all. Why are you so fixated on this? It's okay, so I understand Cove is coming from like a good point, right? He's worried about his friends, and like that's very valid. That's a very valid experience to have with your friends, to be worried, especially when an argument like this kind of just breaks the whole group dynamic up. Right? But sometimes people also need space, right? We don't know exactly what's happening. And sometimes talking to said person that like has beef with somebody else might not be the answer, because they need space, right? And who knows what happened to Terry. We're thinking of the worst case scenario, but we don't actually know what happened to Terry, right? And it's easy for our brains to just go to, oh damn, it's all, things are changing so fast, we don't need it to change this fast. But again, it's like I was just saying, sometimes they just need to work this out on their own. Sometimes they need that extra space. Sometimes they need to you know, sure, she could, you know, if she had her phone and like people were messaging her, it'd be like, hey, you know, I need some space from all this. You know, sure, she doesn't owe that to anybody, but it's a nice conversation to have with your friends or something, just to let them know and to establish boundaries, right? To be like, hey, I understand that like things are going wild at the moment, but please just give me some space to try and figure this out and process this information, all this new stuff that's happening. Terry had her reasons for all that night to happen that it did, and for her to feel the way that she does, right? So why not trust in our connection with her, in our relationship with Terry, that like, sure, things might have changed, but it's something to have her process, you know? And again, it sucks, right? Because it's such a sudden change in the friendship dynamic. There's so much that's happening that's just new, and like, you don't want things to change that way. But that's their life, you know? They get to live it however they want. And like, if this is something that they want to do, and they would respond to you or tell you, or maybe they just don't know, right? That's also another option. But yeah, this is something I feel like they got to figure out themselves. I don't feel like us, like we've called, we've texted, you know, pushing it might be nice, right? It could be nice, or it could have the opposite effect. And just like I said, people need their space sometimes, and I'm feeling like this is more of a she needs space thing than it's an emergency, we need to act, like somebody's in crisis mode and we need to, you know, be there for them immediately and to help them out. It doesn't really seem, I guess what I'm saying is it doesn't seem like it's a cry for help. It's more of a just social dynamic between the two of them that might need to be figured out. And sure, change could happen, and change is always happening around us. But yeah, I think we need to tell Cove to chill a little bit. Now, would 18-year-old me think that way? Hard to say. I wouldn't think I'd have the expertise of or like understanding the nuance between it. And I would be in Cove's position, thinking that, yeah, we need to try and talk to her no matter what. And that's putting my insecurities, right, onto somebody else. The need to talk to somebody just to make sure that they're okay. And I know that's a weird statement to say, right? Because it's like, well, obviously they're not okay. They need some help of some sort. And it's like, yeah, but sometimes they also just need space. But at that time, I probably wouldn't be able to see that. I'd probably be like, yeah, she needs, like, we need to figure out what's happening. Now, that being said, would that push more of a divide? Like, if we're gonna tell her what Miranda told us, right, what does that mean? Right? Miranda didn't say it was all right to admit she talked to us. That goes into a discussion of, like, what is private, you know, what it means to be, like, for privacy between people, and that's a difficult one to gauge, because sure, it might feel like a breach of trust when you talk to somebody about something and then they go explain it to somebody else, right? Or like to the person that we have an issue, or they have an issue with, some sort of issue. That could feel like, hey, I told you this in confidence and you're out here trying to fix things on your own, right? Again, this is more of a projection of us feeling the need to do something when sometimes we don't. Like, in general in life, like when these situations arise, sometimes you just need to let them pan out, because there's nothing that we could really say or do to help the situation, right? But going back to this, it's like there are ways to talk about things and like get the other people to know that, hey, we know, whenever the way I see it, right, it's more of a, if you're going to talk to me about something, you're okay with sharing with me some information. And the way I like to turn that information into an abstract form, if I mention something to somebody else, they'll never know who's saying it, right? They'll never know what I'm talking about, how personal it is to me. They'll never know anything about this other person unless I want to tell them personal information. Now, in this situation, it's a little bit more clear cut, because the only two people who know are Miranda and Terry, and now we know, right? So there's two other people that know, but we're friends, right? And we want to help the situation. Now, is us talking to Terry gonna help the situation? No. Again, this is us projecting our insecurities into the matter, and this situation doesn't even involve us, right? It's more of your friend is doing something weird, and it's like, okay, you know, we're worried about them. We sent them a message already. We've talked to them already, and like, we've done everything that we can do, and now it is just a waiting game until they're better. And by waiting game, I mean, like, there's, you know, we have to wait, but that doesn't mean we have to put our life on hold. It just means we have to wait until some sort of action is taken, right? This is like a turn-based RPG in which we've took our turn, now we gotta wait, and if we take our turn again, it's like we're breaking the rules, because we didn't wait for the enemy to attack. And it's like, well, what about haste and all that stuff? But we're not talking about speeding ourselves up. We're just demonstrating that we're waiting for the opponent to go. The opponent being our friend Terry in this case. Before we make our next course of action. So again, this is all us projecting our feelings into the situation. But something I know now, but being 18 at the time, I probably wouldn't know that. I'd probably be just as worried as Cove and want to talk to her to understand. And again, this might cause some, like, will it cause some friction? Maybe. The intent would be under, like, good nature, trying to help, But we also know that intent doesn't always mean what our actions say or do, right? We can have the best intentions and then our actions like not match, like the outcome not match our intentions. So this is one of those where like maybe afterwards our friends would be like, well, we understand it was kind of a weird situation, we're okay with it. Or they'll be like, I can't believe you told, like, this was supposed to be a between us thing, although it doesn't really kind of sound like that. I think Miranda's just really worried about Terry right now and what their friendship means. So like, I can see it, like, you know, I think it would be fine in the long run, and like it would change a little bit of the dynamic. But again, change is always there, right? Change is always happening. So yeah, that might be the only way to get her attention. It's probably something that I would say when I was younger. Now I'd probably say that you're pushing too much. You just need to like let things kind of settle, let people sort out how they feel. But being the 18-year-old we were, we were 18. We were definitely very trying to be as involved as we can to fix everything. And this is one of those things that doesn't need to be fixed, right? This is just is. So, with the two of you on the same page, he steeled his gaze to prepare taking his next step. Coe's fingers worked furiously, yet carefully. He was giving his full attention to his words. You sidled up next to him and looked, trying to watch what he was writing. Coe rapidly typed out, "Hey, Gad and I really want to talk to you. Miranda told us what happened. Please reply back." And sent. It was done. We'll just have to see what happens now. Quietly, he felt nervous. I wish you weren't so concerned with everyone else's feelings but mine. That's an option. It'll definitely be alright, Coe. Things are okay. Yeah, hopefully she gets back to us pretty soon. Great. Can we do something else now? You're being dramatic. Some of these are definitely options to choose, that's for sure. Oh boy. We'd probably go with this one. It's a little tough. We might be a little, like, reassuring to Cove, but again, the things are okay. That's like, I mean, maybe we can't say that for sure, right? And this is definitely something I would say when I was younger as like a reassurance thing, so that, you know, because change is difficult, but it's not really accurate. It's not really true, right? Maybe things don't need to be true to be able to reassure somebody, but if we say this and then things aren't okay, what does that mean? You know? Sure, we don't have the foresight to predict what all is going to happen, and this is more of a sentimental and a reassuring statement than anything else, but it's not really true. Hopefully she gets back to us pretty soon. Me too. From just his face, you could tell that wasn't going to do much for him. He was going to be stuck thinking about this until Terry replied. A small noise escaped his lips. All the frustration at the situation crumbled away from his face, and he spoke softly. Thanks, Gad. I'm glad it's not just me. I'm glad it's not just me of all this happening. Cove took one last look at his phone and then put it away. His effort at a smile was meager, but earnest.
It's okay.
We can just forget about it for a while. Terry will talk to us when she wants to. And again, this is the kind of realization he needed earlier, right? He got there, but he needed it in crisis mode. And we should have been the one to help guide him out of that crisis mode into this mode, right? And instead, we were kind of just there with him in that crisis mode. And you know, it's all right. It is what it is. It's how life turned out, right? He smiled just a tiny bit. Finally, that sounds good to me. I'd like to be alone for a while. Could you leave? He simply nodded back. We smiled at each other. Even this slight lessening of tension between you and Cove was working wonders on your shaking heart. The last thing any of you needed was more division among your friends. A silence stretched on in what felt like hours, but it likely wasn't that long before there was a knock at your bedroom door, and Mom peeked in. Just wanted to check in on you. Oh, Cove, when did you get here? Haha, busted. I love her fit. Her fit is so cute. I love the white streaks in her hair. Sorry, I was noticing the arms and the hands and stuff like that. I like to draw too, and when it comes to depth and stuff like that, I'm trying to learn how to do different styles of it to show depth, and so I'm thinking about how they do it here with the shadowing and the lighting here. And again, with the hands you can see the hand, like the base of the hand here with the fingers on her hips, right? Like as it's going around her hips. And also you can see the ring on her finger there. Nice touch. When she saw you were there, she opened the door all the way. Ma was standing there as well. She slipped past her wife to come inside your space. What's going on? We're okay. It's just Miranda called earlier. She and Terry are fighting, but none of us know what's going on with Terry. Your parents exchanged a meaningful look, though its meaning was lost on you.
I'm so sorry.
That's too bad. I'm sorry there's trouble with your friend, sweetie. Is there anything we can do to help? At the corner of your eye, you saw Cove rub his arm awkwardly, unable to add anything. I actually want to take a picture of her parents now, because I really dig the style that they went with both of them here. No, we were just waiting to see if Terry calls or texts or if Miranda does. Well, we can at least help you take your mind off of things while you're waiting.
Yeah.
Another great idea, Lonnie. We can get the whole gang together for some quality time. Yes, it'll be wonderful. I'll go see what Liz is up to right now. Excited, she fluttered a few steps away and then stopped. She pivoted on her heels and raised a single finger, flashing a big smile at Cove.
It's no trouble.
And of course, Cliff will be welcome too. Knowing your family was always there for you, that couldn't be underestimated. In fact, it meant everything to you that your moms cared so much. Yeah, these are W parents, by the way. These parents fucking understand. 100%. And they're great parents. They really are. Like, hot damn, I know my parents were pretty great at some things, but I know this is like video game parents, but these parents are just they're scripted so well. They are completely understanding. They get it. There's no I mean, sure, there's expectations, but it doesn't feel like they heavily put expectations on their kids. It really seems like they want their kids to do their best for themselves instead of like following any sort of guidelines and stuff like that, or not guidelines, expectations, like heavy expectations or the societal norm at the time. So these guys are really cool fucking parents. Thank you. Yeah, thanks. That's nice of you.
You're welcome.
You're both very welcome. Don't sweat it, not so kiddos. Leave things to us. Just relax and we'll call you when it's all together. You nodded and your moms dispersed for now, springing into action for their impromptu get-together. You flopped down on your bed, feeling like you can sink into it and disappear. Cove, meanwhile, took a spot on the chair off to the side. You sighed at him the same, and Cove's mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. He gave his phone another quick check and his eyebrows furrowed. Still nothing? Yeah, this is crap, huh? Yep. Cove chewed the inside of his cheek as if to mimic the stress that was clearly eating away at him. Cove, what's wrong? What's really wrong? One disagreement doesn't make you act like this. Like at a pointed pause in his movement, Cove was carefully trying to put his thoughts together. He spoke in a fragile voice. When people care about you, when they're unhappy with each other, there's nothing you can do. At least when you're in a fight yourself, you have some responsibility, some control over it. I wish it didn't have to happen, but that isn't possible. So, oh well, I guess. His attempt at giving a nonchalant shrug after that was pitiable. Yeah, it makes me feel horrible too. True, but you're right that it can't be helped. It's whatever. Other people can do what they want, right? You stayed silent. You say true, but you're right that it can't be helped.
I know.
He replied like he could barely muster the strength to speak. Well, we just have to focus on the things we can impact, or at least try. You turned to Cove, hoping your eyes conveyed the message you were feeling better than your words. His gentle nod told you that they did. There's a question you had to ask. Is it because of what happened to your parents? Or with your parents? Cove ran a hand through his hair, a strange smile spreading across his lips. For him, this pain struck close to his heart. Y'all, we got an ad break that's about to happen, and here we go to the root of Cove's insecurities and his projection, right? This is something that we'll talk about after the ad break. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay and yapping. During that time, we take a break, we get up, we stretch, and we encourage you to do the same. Grab a drink, grab a snack, do whatever you need to. We'll be back in about 3 to 5 minutes. And yeah, we'll see you soon. I'll be here probably talking to y'all. I don't really feel like moving. But yeah, take the time for yourself. We'll pause the game so you won't miss anything. And yeah, we'll see you soon. I knew this one was going to be a tough one. Talks are always tough, especially at this age. Talking is tough, so tough. There he goes. Music is so good in this game. I love the music in this game. I hope y'all are having a wonderful Sunday. I know I started off this stream kind of depressed and like working through those emotions, and as we're 3 hours into the stream, you know, it's getting more manageable. I'm not saying it's better, but it's more manageable. And that's a huge win already. And I know, like, there's a lot of toughness going on in this game, and like, you know, it's always sad and when friends are fighting and when big change like this happens, but it's been a pleasant experience so far playing this game and expressing ourselves and analyzing what is happening in this game and all that stuff. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. We hope you had a good time hanging out, doing what you needed to do. We're back and we're ready to talk more about this game. But yeah, this is where we can analyze Cove a little bit, right? Sorry, I was got a little distracted. This is an analysis of Cove, right? Again, this whole situation comes from a place of fear, right? A place of what it's like for him. The feeling that he needs a process of what happened with his parents, because not everything is gonna be like his parents, right? And this is his projection. This is what he's projecting onto this situation. It's very, very telling that what happened with his parents still like affects him deeply. And you know, it's okay. You know, it's something it's not easy to come to terms with, right? And that's fine. But again, this is one of those things that he's projecting onto his friendships. onto his need to not have his friends break apart at this moment, right? And it's a hard thing to come to terms with. Family, yeah. It's a hard thing to come to terms with. It's a hard thing to accept. It's hard, right? Because you don't want to see that anymore. It happened to you. You lived through it. You know what it's like. You don't want to go through that again. But yeah, this is definitely him projecting what happened with his parents onto this situation. And this is something that he would need to work on so that he doesn't feel the need to project as strongly as he did. And this is something that I had to personally work on in a lot of different situations. And I understand it. I understand what he's going through. You know, it's tough when you see a similar situation affect you the way that a past situation did. And yeah, let's continue going. Just as quickly as it had come, his smile was gone, lost amidst his faraway gaze. Yeah, you got it. It's like my parents. Despite knowing him for so many years, Cove had never spoken of the years before he moved to Sunset Bird, before his parents separated, in any detail. He whispered his thoughts distantly, almost unconcerned with whether you could hear them or not. They used to fight all the time. I think they got along when I was a baby. I mean, they had to have wanted to be with each other at some point, but when I was old enough to remember anything, it was already bad. There was always something wrong, and I could never help. I just wanted them to be happy. You tried to imagine your mom's breaking up, and the very idea scared you, but Cove had endured that for real. I'm sorry. Dad?
Don't worry about it.
It's okay. Despite that revelation, Cove gazed reassuringly at you. It's not like that anymore. Things are so different now. I don't even really think about it. Again, the sorrow reasserted itself. When he continued, you could barely hear him. Though I guess it's pretty obvious I haven't forgotten either. You tried to smile for him. You crossed the room and took his hand. You went over and placed a hand on his shoulder. You hugged him. You kissed him. We'll give him another hug. You crossed the room, picking up a little bit of speed, and Cove's eyes widened. He shot out of the chair and stood waiting for you with a nonplussed look. When you collided into him, wrapping your arms around his middle and knocking the air out of his lungs, all mystery was gone. Cove squeaked. He returned the gesture longingly. Exhaling, you pressed your cheek into the warmth of his chest. The tension stuck inside you, released like a river flowing into the ocean that was Cove. The firmness of his hug told you Cove didn't plan on letting it go anytime soon. You both needed the comfort and closeness for just a little bit longer. When he finally did, he kept hold of your hand. The two of you took a seat again, this time side by side on your bed. Today was a lot, huh? Yeah, it was. He sat there contentedly. You leaned against him. You caressed his hand. I will lean against him. Resting the side of your head onto his shoulder, you glanced up at his face. Cove watched you affectionately. In that gentle gaze, you finally felt like everything was going to be okay. No matter what happens, we can make it work. His mouth pulled into a bent smile at that. You chuckled, resting your head comfortably back on his shoulder.
Me too.
I think so too. He couldn't sit still anymore. Cove leaned in, delicately pressing his lips to your forehead, and he raised one free hand to lightly touch your jaw. The breath got caught in your throat. When you remembered to breathe, the blood rushed to your face, turning your skin a deep red. You try not to think about how hot you were feeling, because after everything that happened today, you were just grateful for the moment. And for a while you stayed like that. A comfortable quiet fell between you, and the sun fell with it. The warming calm ended when Cove gasped sharply. You spun, half expecting to find him nursing an injury, but instead found him staring straight ahead. What?
Oh my god.
I think my phone just vibrated. Do you want to check? Yeah. He patted his pockets, fumbling in panic, and yanked the phone out. The force of the action nearly catapulted the device out of his grip entirely, but he caught it just in time. His eyes honed in on the screen. It's Terry. Thank God. She's saying she's sorry. He looked back to you, eyes wide as his nerves started to fray once more. What should I say? I don't know. Give it a second. I need to think. Tell her to call us. Ask her what's going on. Ask if she's talking to Miranda. He clammed up. We could ask her what's going on. Right? We want to know her side anyway. But I guess earlier we asked, right? Still, I don't want to be like, what's going on? And then she responds, and then it's like, what's going on? But I guess we could go with that option. Okay. He flashed you a shaky smile as he began to type. You suspected that he'd had similar thoughts himself, but wanted the reassurance of a second opinion. Co's phone buzzed nearly as soon as the message was sent. Ah, it's Terry again. She's talking to us. He asked about what Miranda said, but wait. You leaned in, watching the conversation unfold on Co's screen. She's gonna actually call. Cove held his breath as she waited. Though he was good with people, he'd never been at ease managing conflict. His phone rang out. Cove jammed the answer button. He switched the phone into speaker mode, allowing you to participate in the conversation. But despite his immediate reaction, his voice lacked the same resolve when he spoke. Hey. It was tentative, a white flag fluttering in the wind. Dad is here too. Hi. Hey, buddies. Terry's voice was very recognizable of how her usual quick patter and energy. I don't know. Probably not. Cove tense, his free hand coiling into an anxious fist. Can you talk to us about what happened? Don't you already know? Miranda explained some of it, but it doesn't make any sense. You heard Terry sigh over the phone as she unburdened herself. Pretty much, I was at Randy's house. We decided to watch some movies. She super liked that I'd never even seen before. Turns out there's a lot of those. We watched one, then another, and another. We were having so much fun. Each time one finished, she had another one to share with me. I didn't really think about the time. I only wanted to say yes to Randy and watch her movies. She spoke wistfully, but her words were full of affection. It was Randy, you know. I wasn't thinking about my schedule or what time it was. Yeah? Then I finally saw the time, and oh no, it was way too late. I already knew I couldn't stay. She took a deep breath, her voice becoming softer when she resumed talking. I was so stressed out, and I just couldn't deal with it. Miranda wanted to help. She kept coming up with ways to make it better and trying to figure out why I was so upset and stuff. I was trying to answer her questions, and there were so many, but I couldn't really answer all of them. I didn't even know why some of her ideas didn't work with me. It made my head ache. I still had the first problem. And Randy there, trying to help, blasting all these questions and suggestions at me faster than I could even think. She gulped audibly, sniffling. I got frustrated and I told her just to leave me alone, but then she wanted to talk about why I wanted that, and we started having a fight in the kitchen. It woke Randy's dad up. We told him about how I wanted to go home, but my parents couldn't get me, so Mr. Eckert offered to do it. Oh. I accepted because I definitely didn't want to stay then, not after throwing a racket and turning it into a big deal. But I feel awful and embarrassed. Why did I yell at Randy and hurt her feelings? And it made her dad lose sleep by waking him up and having to drive me home. What do you say after that? I have no idea. I don't know where to start. And I don't want to make it worse by saying the wrong thing and fighting again. So, I'm not talking. Terry, Randy isn't mad that you didn't want to stay or that you fought. She just wants to feel like she can talk to her. I mean, you can say whatever you want. She'll listen. Not talking to her at all is pretty much the only wrong way to go about it. Terry lamented mournfully on the other end of the line, but he had a point. Unless she faced Miranda again, there would be no resolution. You looked at Cove, hunched over the phone, staring pensively into it and searching for a solution. This couldn't be solved with the other key party missing, but what if you brought them in? Your phone was still free. You suggested calling up Miranda now? You rung up Miranda without saying a word. What was it just calling her? I could call Miranda. You could talk to her with us. Cove brightened up. The concerned furrow in his brow, which had taken root when Miranda first called, eased.
Well,
That could work, Terry. Are you up for it? She made a noise that wasn't a word, but nevertheless conveyed her hesitation and worry. She brought it to a close with a decisive exhalation, as if pushing all negative thoughts from her body. All right, I'll do it. Cope nodded. Now that you've received approval from everyone, you pulled out your phone and called Miranda. You set it to speaker and waited for her to pick up. Luckily, she did. Hi, Gad. Her voice is still distant as if her thoughts were elsewhere, but it's loud enough for your needs. Hi, you're on speaker. Terry's on speaker too, on Cove's phone. Oh? She paused while she digested this information. He watched the phone screen, hoping that she wouldn't hang up as a result. Oh, really? Yep, it's really me. Can you hear my voice all the way from your house to theirs and then mine? I can. You and Cove exchanged looks, waiting for the wall between them to break and wondering who would be the one to do it. As the quiet dragged on, you caught Cove chewing his cheek. He must have weighed up the same question as you, whether to encourage the conversation along or leave Miranda and Terry to resolve it themselves. The answer came in the form of one sniff followed by another from Cove's phone. I'm sorry, Randy. I hope you still like me. What? You were the one acting as if you didn't like me. Her tone was defensive, no doubt a result of her wounds from last night still being raw. Alright.
What?
No way, everyone likes Randy. You're wonderful. Your eyes met Cove's. His phone was tilted towards you, capturing the call indirectly. You moved your phone closer to his, hoping that the signal was strong enough to convey every nuance of tone. Cove did likewise, bringing his cell right next to yours, even bumping against it as he shifted his grip. I didn't know what to say. That's the only reason I wouldn't talk to you. If I had known the answer, I'd have told you right away. Miranda murmured on the other end of the line. You didn't want to stay. Anything I tried to do bothered you, and you could have told me you didn't know. Yeah, I think I was angry at myself. I did a dumb thing and I didn't want to help with it. I wanted to be mad and just deal with it myself. It made me keep doing dumb things. Oh. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet. What's going on, Jules? How you doing? If you had one chance, let's see it.
Drink water, you dehydrated bitch!
At 117? Alright, alright. Got you right here. I got you right here. Why no more exercise routines? Because I do exercise off stream. I do all my exercise off stream now. I have a routine that I made. Although I guess I could add it back in. Maybe not 100, but maybe cap it at 50. Dare you to do 5 squats. Okay, we both know that this Truth or Dare redeem is not for exercise, but since I don't have the other exercise option available, I will take it. I'll take you up on that dare. I'll do 5 squats. It's not for exercise? Since when? Since always. What do you mean, since when? We gave you 10. We gave you 10. How you doing today, Jules? How was your day today? Ugh. Sorry. I got the yawnies. Got the yawnies. It's been a day for us. It's been a day for us ourselves. We survived the day though, right? We're here now. We're having a good time playing games. And yeah. Are you almost done? We could probably finish it tomorrow. I think we can finish it tomorrow. I have a good feeling that we can finish it tomorrow. We're on step 3. There's 4 steps, but I think step 4 is an epilogue of all of our choices. I'm not sure how much is in step 4, but we're in the last bit of moments for step 3. We have like 4 more moments, and each moment takes about an hour for us because we yap. That's a lot. So I think we can finish this game tomorrow, maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but I'm thinking tomorrow is when we can finish it. And then we'll go back to our PlayStation games. And all that. When she spoke again, her voice was quiet, as tender and vulnerable as the words.
I'm sorry.
Staying up late watching stuff was all my fault. I had to find a way to fix it. That's why I thought anyway. But I should have given you space. I'm sorry for being so pushy and sensitive. Hardly. Miranda Eckhart having a flaw? I've never heard of such a crazy thing. Miranda let out a ghost of a giggle. Cove cleared his throat. maybe you should call each other now. Sorry. Can do. Thanks for giving me the kick in the butt to do this already. Randy, Mandy, I'm gonna call you right now. Bye, Cat and Cove. She hung up after squeezing in another quick bye, though not giving you or Cove room to respond in kind. Miranda laughed, the noise tinkling gently like wind chimes in the summer breeze. I see.
You were really nice.
Thank you for listening and helping. I'm gonna hang up now so I can answer Terry's call. Bye. Bye, and good luck. Bye. Miranda hung up, still chuckling softly as her call ended. The room felt emptier without the other voices in it. Cove expelled a sigh that crashed through the newly fallen silence. He dropped his arms to his side, letting his head hang down like a puppet at rest. Thank God. They shouldn't have involved us in that. I'm so relieved it's okay. You were simply happy your friends had made up. The day's events had drained you. You were content now that Cove seemed at ease again. We'd probably say I'm so relieved it's okay. Cove scratched at his face, his expression cloudy. I think I need to find better ways for dealing with conflict because that was awful. We could all probably do better at that. I think you did okay given the circumstances. Yeah, I think it would help. He didn't comment. We'd probably say he did alright. Cove meekly smiled as he rubbed his eyes, weariness creeping over him, and mumbled his next words. We can talk about it another day. Conflict resolution methods? Huh? Oh no, forget it. Your eyebrows rose, and then a light bulb went off in your head. Before Miranda called, didn't you say there was something you'd wanted to say? Cove's original visit had been thrown off so off kilter that it was a struggle to wind your memory back to when he'd first turned up. Now you did, though. You remembered that he had been perky when he'd arrived this afternoon. Was it good news? Cove brushed his hands against his now folded arms shyly. Well, yeah, maybe. I'm not exactly sure it counts as news or even good. It just is what it is. I'm happy about it, though. You're never going to be the one to push someone else to talk when they seem reticent. It's okay, but it sounds good. Cove chuckled awkwardly, a hand creeping up to ruffle the hair on the back of his head. It's fine. If you want to hear, I can tell you. He shifted on his feet as if a different posture might give him the support he needed for the conversation. I didn't want to make it a big deal, but I kind of, well, not kind of. I just know what my sexuality is now. Oh. A real subject change, huh? He chuckled. True, it was unexpected, but you were excited that Cove had come to understand himself more, and glad he wanted to share that with you. You clapped your hands softly. And? Cove drew a breath, straightening up. I'm demisexual, so you know, most of the time, I don't really have those kind of feelings. Physical wants and stuff. It's only in some situations, when I'm already really emotionally and romantically connected to someone, that I start to ever think about anything sexual, and it's only with them. I hadn't heard the term until pretty recently, and it just made a lot of sense. Once I knew what it meant, I had a word that fit how I felt.
Yeah.
And I'm pan-romantic, because I've never had a preference for a specific gender or anything. So yeah. Hey, Cove and I are similar. We're very similar. He nodded as he spoke, completely understanding how he'd come to that conclusion. Cove looked down at the floor, being so open and direct about a matter that personal, which you were sure he'd spent a long time trying to figure out, seemed to be kind of weird for him. Despite that, there was a small, proud smile on his face, and when he looked up again, his gaze was steadfast. That's really nice to know. Have I ever pushed you or made you feel uncomfortable? So does that mean you're thinking sexual things about me? He felt proud of your boyfriend, too. All this talk of Cove's sexuality made you reflect about your own. Your feeling on yours haven't wavered. Your view had evolved since you were younger. We haven't wavered. Cove had known for years now. It was heartwarming that he had reached a point where he felt similarly capable of discussing his own. He felt even closer. You could tell that Cove felt like it had been an emotionally draining day that had now come to a close. Everything wrapped up neatly with a bow on top. You'd had some good talks with your friends and with each other. A lot had been brought out into the light, and you'd come out if not only knowing each other better, but yourself too. But there was still something that Cove didn't know, something that had gnawed at you many times over the years. You never told Cove about how you'd first met his dad. You'd always held it back from him, unsure of how he would take the revelation. His dad seemed to have done the same, as Cove didn't want to seem to have heard of it from Mr. Holden either. You decided that the secret had hung over you long enough. Maybe you'd tell him someday, but not today. You felt it didn't matter anymore. There's no need to rake up old drama. This is how I would feel, 100%. Like, this is classic, right? This is a classical us choice to not rake up old drama, because it's happened so long ago, and his dad was coming from a nice place, so like, how could I even want to bring it up, right? It's been so long. It wasn't as though Mr. Holden had kept you on his payroll to be friends with his son. It was a strange action, probably out of desperation, taken years ago. Yeah, that's exactly what I said. At this point, you thought you might simply keep that entire event in the past where it belonged. You felt some relief at deciding it wasn't your responsibility to keep carrying. Hey, we should probably head downstairs soon, if your moms are still wanting everyone to get together. Yeah, that's right. With a renewed spring in your step, you led the way out of your room. You got downstairs to find the others already assembled and waiting.
Hi.
Hello? Hey. Good to see you both. Hey, here we were, trying to corral everyone into a group, but the two of you were already upstairs this whole time. Hey, Dad. We had some stuff to talk about. Yeah. But we made it, so what's the plan? How about cards? There was a murmur of interest from the others. You were keen to play. That was fine with you. You'd play along with the others. You didn't really want to play cards. You know what? Let's play some cards. Yeah. It was very nearly, but not quite unanimous. Mr. Holden demurred. I think I'll sit this one out. Where's the fun in that? Join in. Kiss him. Mr. Holden? He is a cutie. Look at him. I love that shirt. That shirt looks so good on him. Yes, and I know there's a lot of people, but we can make it work. Mr. Holden shrunk into himself, embarrassed by their attention. Dad, you love playing cards. We do it at the house all the time. How you doing today, Var? Welcome on in. He piped up a bit to back up what Cove was saying. Yeah, I've seen that too. Dad? Mr. Holden broke under the combined force of everyone's attention. Cove and Gad, you're adults now. You deserve to know the truth. I used to throw the card game so you could win. I put up a good fight, but I always made sure to lose a lot more rounds than I won. He toyed with the end of his ponytail, clearly distressed at revealing this bit of info. He did have a history of bad surprises, so that may have been why. I know people want to be taken seriously and fake wins don't mean as much, but I couldn't help myself. It was so much better when everyone else got a chance to be victorious. Kyra knew and went along with it. Cove laughed in disbelief that this was the thing his dad stressed about hiding after the other stunts he pulled over the years. So what? Lots of parents do that. I hadn't guessed it, sure. Though looking back, it makes sense. That's right. What's the big deal, Cliff? You can finally take the kid gloves off and give them a run for their money. Mr. Holden smiled coyly, his gaze lowering. I'm not sure that's a good idea.
Why?
And why not? He waved his hands expansively, though movements fluid and vague. It's just actually, I'm something of a card shark. I used to make lots of fast cash off games. Casual players don't have a shot unless it's a game of pure luck. And there goes my camera. It lasted a lot longer this time. Cove's jaw hung open, his wide eyes fixed on his father. Really? There was a touch of amazement, even admiration nestled among the shock. The other members of the Jangler family exchanged looks, ranging from Liz's disbelief to Mom's intrigue, with Ma somewhere in the middle between the two. You can't simply make a claim like that and expect us to go along with it. Let's see you back it up, Shark Man. Mr. Holden gave her a crooked smile, his demureness quickly being replaced with confidence of someone very skilled or very misguided. You sure about that? Definitely. We've got to see this so-called non-casual player in action. Well, I might be able, though who knows? Maybe I've gotten rusty. His coyness continued to rile the gang up, and he was getting a kick out of it now.
Please?
Come on, please.
Alright.
Alright, I can dust off the old tricks. He clapped your hands. Cove beamed at his father while Mom clapped Mr. Holden on the back. Liz darted off to get a deck of cards while the rest of you settled in for the game. Hands were dealt. Mr. Holden wasted no time proving his words true, wiping the floor with all of you. You played several rounds, even switching games, but none of you were a match for him. That was how the alliance came to be forged. The rest of you joined forces against Mr. Holden only, just to try increasing the odds of beating him. With your combined efforts, you pulled out a few victories, yet it was still a challenge. He was clearly a professional. If these were his skills now, rusty and disused, you could even imagine what a deadly opponent he had been in the past. Despite that, you still had fun. Working cooperatively against actually fostered a sense of camaraderie with the others. Mr. Holden didn't appear fazed by the strategy. You actually wondered whether the increased challenge made it more interesting for him. You spent the rest of the afternoon together with your family and the Holdens, having fun. It was an interesting evening for sure, with many discoveries for everyone. It was freeing, and yet simultaneously you felt more tied together than you had ever been before. Oh, what a wonderful way to end that. Alright, I need to get a drink after that. That was a lot of talking. We'll start the next moment. Sounds like a good idea. My eye. Give me a minute. I'm gonna take some allergy medicine. These dang trees. There's spluging everywhere. Have anything nice. All right. Let's go on to another moment. Let's go with Hang. You grabbed a large beach towel from off your bed and stuffed it into a bag. You had already packed your water bottle for your upcoming beach hangout session. The stars had aligned and somehow everyone was free today. Miranda had set things up with several bubbly phone calls between you, Cove, and Terry to find a time to hit the beach. You were hoping that this would be a fun time together. Okay, Cove. Cove sat on your windowsill and kicked one of his legs into the air idly. He already had his swimsuit on, and his towel was bundled under his arm in a misshapen ball. Misshapen ball. He showed up earlier that morning with a surprising amount of enthusiasm. He was chatting as you caught up to his preparation. But seriously, I couldn't find my swimsuit this morning. I looked everywhere. It had disappeared. I had no idea what I was gonna do. Could've gotten a new one somewhere. What happened to all your other swimsuits? You don't have to wear a swimsuit to be on the beach. Yeah, it completely vanished somehow, just like your old sand pail. Huh. You stayed quiet. What happened to all your other swimsuits? I know that's not your only one. Cove looked away and shrugged. I might have some laundry to do. Anyways, I don't know why it was in the bathroom when I never put it there. He gave a small smile and readjusted the towel in his arms. You now could see that it had been folded at some point, but then rolled up and carried without much care.
I'm so glad.
But I'm just glad I found it. It would have been crappy to lose my favorite trunks. It was nice to see Cove so happy and comfortable in what he was wearing. He walked over to your dresser and mused about how you had picked out your own swimsuit. Luckily, since you were average height, you only needed to worry about finding the right size. When it came to the shape of your body, you were heavy set, you were chubby, you were generally medium, you were slender, you were scrawny. We were chubby. At 18, we were definitely chubby. And you had noticeable muscles, you had little muscle definition, your body was soft, your body was delicate. At 18, we had stopped working out for the most part. Although, well, I'm gonna say we were soft, although we were hitting the gym a little bit, but not enough to make a muscle definition change. It was very inconsistent, so we're gonna say our body was soft. There was a smooth feel to your build without any hard muscle even if you flexed. You weren't as muscular as you used to be. Your lifestyle had changed since the way it was when you were younger.
Are you okay?
You alright? Oh yeah, I was just thinking about some things. What things? Just myself and my body, really. His eyebrow rose at your admission of self-reflection. And what do you think? What did you think of who you were? You considered your identity further. You knew for sure that you were non-binary. Your identity had different facets to it. You still don't know what identity you felt truly comfortable with. I wouldn't feel non-binary until like my mid to late 20s. My mid 20s probably. It's probably where when I started to lose the he him pronouns and started taking up they them. But recently I've taken back the he him pronouns, so We. I know we're non-binary here, and we chose to be non-binary at the start. So like, that's on us. And then we chose non-binary through all of it because it was more of a reflection of just me personally. So we'll stick with that. Yeah, no question about that part. And you had a naturally flat chest. That's the way you wanted it to be. You generally wore a padded bra over your chest. You had breast augmentation surgery. You left it like that. You were considering options for it. You used a padded bra for now, but intended to get surgery later. That's the way you wanted it to be. People had a lot of their identity wrapped up in their physical form. It shaped their self-image. You were confident in yours. You were comfortable in yours. You weren't really content with yours. You hated your body. You knew you had gender dysphoria. At 18, I would not be happy with my body. I would be very upset with my body. And that's because the image of in here did not reflect what was out here. I was a very troubled young adult. You could not stand it. Every time you looked in a mirror, you could just hear a litany of wrong, wrong, wrong. You had pretty much always been unhappy with your body. Even when you were younger, it felt off. And that still hadn't changed. You didn't feel like who you wanted to be. You focused on Cove again. He smiled at you and tilted his head. A question still in his eyes. He was waiting for you to come to an answer, but before you could, you had something to say to him. What do you think about me? You like the way I look, right? We'd ask him. About how I look, I mean? Cove frowned, his eyebrows furrowed in concern, as if he were trying to find the best words to say. Then his eyes warmed like he was looking at something truly special. Gad, you are wonderful. No matter what anybody thinks, you, me, anyone, you are still wonderful. It just can't be helped. It's a fact of life. That's beautiful, Cove. It's so beautiful. Cove stopped speaking and looked at you for a moment. He kicked his feet as he considered something, and then nodded with a thoughtful expression on his face. He stared forward and directly met your eyes. I've known you for a long time, since we were kids, you know. I've seen you just about every day for the past decade, so I think it's fair for me to say this. Each day you're different from before, just by a little bit, but you're also still the same. You're always you. It's nice to see you keep developing as a person. Who is this guy? Who wrote this guy? Like, honestly, he is saying the right thing time and time again as a young adult. Wow, this is fantastic. I do want you to keep being you, but the only one who gets to decide who that is you. You choose who you are today, you get to choose who you are tomorrow. That's okay with me. Who is this kid? Seriously, wonderful writing. Wonderful writing done for his character. Like, holy shit, that is such a like emotionally intelligent and like just wow, it's just it is the right thing to say. He is saying the right thing so much. And you know, he's not perfect, right? Because he still has some growing to do himself. But god damn, is this the right thing to say? Holy shit! Wonderful writing, wonderfully said. Thank you. You smiled with tears. It's the same with you. You didn't know how to react. Damn. Thank you. How old are they? They're 18 now. They've just entered 18 and they just became young adults. This is the summer after high school. Their last summer, so to say, before they do college and you know, move on with life. And for Cove, work part-time and continue his current life while he has going on. You felt grateful for his support. You knew he meant every word.
Hey.
Hey, Gad. Cove gave a bent smile, pointing to your arms. You're looking particularly shapely today. What? Particularly shapely. It's... He answered not with words, but a solid okay sign with both hands and the same cheeky smile. Ko suddenly flushed when he realized how boldly he complimented you. He stood by it, even if he was a little red. You were a little taken back. That came out of nowhere. You glanced at yourself. You like that? Yeah. He started to flex and show out jokingly. You flirtatiously stretched. You stood there stunned. You're so sweet and fantastic. You have some very good arms yourself. You hugged him. I think that's a hug moment. We'd probably give him a hug for that. You hurried across your room and flung your arms around Ko. He chuckled back nervously after you'd gotten a squeeze in. I see you're putting those nice arms to good use. Oh my god. You cackled at his joke and hugged him tighter. When both of you had gotten your giggles out, you let him go. Finally, you felt that was enough of that topic for one day. You went back to your original goal before you got sidetracked. You needed to pick what you wanted to wear to the beach. You chose to wear casual clothes instead. You picked a one-piece swimsuit. You decided to wear a two-piece bikini. You chose a two-piece tankini. You wanted to wear your wetsuit. You wanted to wear swim trunks with no shirt. You decided to wear a Speedo without a top. We'd go with swim trunks. A tankini. While you dug around in your drawers, you tried to think if there was anything else you were missing. You took sunglasses, you grabbed a hat, you brought a shawl, you grabbed your board shorts. You picked out a regular shirt to wear as well. You grabbed a full swimsuit cover-up to wear as well. You took goggles. We'll take some sunglasses. Oh, we only get to choose one? Okay. With that taken care of, you held your outfit together and looked at Ko. He was tapping his toes on the side of the wall as he waited. You vaguely wondered if he thought that was a comfortable place to sit. You hoped so, given how long he perched on it. Regardless, it was time for him to go. You weren't going to put on your beachwear with him just chilling there. Well, I'm gonna change, so how about you wait outside? Cove nodded reassuringly. Alright. Cove lowered himself off the window and strolled past you. To get to the door, he lightly brushed his fingers against your cheek when he passed by. I'll see you out front. Okay. When you were alone, you got undressed and put your swimwear on. You also checked your beach bag for the final time, and it seemed like you hadn't forgotten anything. You left your room and hurried down the stairs, ready to meet Cove. You made sure to lock your front door and walked outside. Cove stood in the road, looking down and scuffing his feet on the asphalt. When you shut your heavy door, he looked up at you and smiled. Hi. Hi, Miranda and Terry are gonna be here in not too long. Terry even texted me earlier saying she was mostly on schedule. Why don't we just head to the beach and wait for them there? We're both ready. That sounded like a good idea to you. You said as much, and Ko shot off a quick text telling the two of them where you'd be. Ko gave you a thumbs up after the message sent. It was a familiar path to walk, and it wasn't long until you reached the shore. Cove laid out his towel on the warm sand. You set up your stuff beside him and looked out into the ocean. The rolling swells hit the shore rhythmically. You all had lucked out. It was a beautiful day, the sky was clear, and the waves were good. It was a balmy summer day, but with a pleasant breeze to keep things comfortable. Essentially, it was perfect. Do you feel like heading into the water? Maybe just walk down the shore. Or do you want to do something here? Give me a second. I gotta send a message to a friend real quick. Family. The water sounds good. Taking a stroll would be fun. I don't mind my feet being in the water. You plan to get some sun. Either way is fine. What do you want to do? He wanted to go into the water? Okay, he's asking us what we want to do. Let's take a stroll. You wiggled your toes in response to the comment and looked off into the shoreline. Cove nodded, accepting the plan. He kicked some sand off his towel absent-mindedly. Yeah, sounds nice. You took a deep breath and tasted the relaxing salty air. Cove caught your eye and gave you a small smile. You chatted a little before a comfortable quiet settled over the two of you, content to watch the waves as you waited for the others. Luckily, it didn't take long until you heard shouts. You turned your head to see both Miranda and Terry running straight for you. Miranda was faster, making leaps and bounds across the sand. Terry followed in her wake, laughing with her towel clutched around her shoulders and flowing like a cape. Miranda started making her jumps more theatric and more precarious as she got closer. Cove waved them on with a bright grin. You shouted a greeting. You cheered at their antics. You waved too. You laughed. You shook your head. You hoped they wouldn't fall. We can cheer at their antics. Woo! Alright. Look at their outfits. This is really cute. I like all the color. See, Cove, this pink, this lavender color suits her more than that pink ever did for you, bud. I'm just tossing that out there. Alright, y'all, we got an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay. During that time, we take a break, we get up, we stretch, we do whatever we need to, and we encourage you to do the same. We'll be here, the game will be here, we'll put it on pause, and we'll probably just talk to y'all. I need to actually get some more water, so I'll be doing that. But take this break for yourself. If you can't give yourself 3 to 5 minutes every hour, what can you give yourself? Don't watch the ads, don't pay any attention to them unless you really want to. And just take this time for you. We'll be right back and we'll see you shortly. Alright, y'all. I'm gonna get some water. And we'll be right back. Welcome back from the ad break, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We hope you had a good time doing your thing. And we're back. We're ready to continue. We're ready to continue the story, right? How is our trip to the beach gonna end? How's it gonna turn out? The two officially arrived with Coves and your setup, looking completely ready for an ocean adventure. They were already in their swimwear and raring to go. Hey Terry, Miranda, welcome to our beach. Hello, hello. He beamed and Miranda nodded with a smile. Man, I am so pumped. Yeah, I'm really glad this worked out. What have you guys been up to over here in your town? Cove, Dad, have we missed things? Cove blinked and then shrugged when nothing he wanted to mention came to mind. He shrugged like Cove and gave a vague answer. You gave her a recap over how your family was doing. What have you been up to? I'll give a recap. Your moms were still the same as ever for the most part, although they were definitely still adjusting to you being an adult now. Liz had asked you to take pictures of her latest makeup look the other day. There was nothing too dramatic going on right now. Terry nodded along and mentioned a couple things about her own parents. Miranda brought up her family and shared some of the wild things her older brother had done. Terry then started talking about her morning and how she'd almost overslept since she had stayed up too late last night. She bounced on her feet as she spoke. But don't worry about me being tired today. You know I ran on less back during school. Oh, Terry. I know that feeling. Miranda filled in the group about her morning. Apparently everything had gone smoothly. She met up with Terry on the way here and you knew the rest. Cove offered a suggestion to the girls. Hey, let's walk while we catch up. Oh yeah, definitely. You felt pleased that Cove remembered what you wanted to do. Sometimes he could be thoughtful like that. He really is. Like, can I find a Cove? Where are the Coves in this world? They're here, right? They exist. Once everyone's stuff was settled on the beach, the group strolled over to the shoreline. The wet sand was cool under your feet. A wave rushed up and covered your ankles in water. You flinched from the suddenness of it, but by the next wave you were acclimated. You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. You just learned the hard way? You took another step forward and sank a little into the ground. Behind you, your footprints were soon smothered by the waves. Your friends chatted as you all walked together. You took turns pointing out cool shells or pieces of sea glass. It was a relaxing jaunt. What's going on, Liv? How are you today? How's it going? How was your day? Doing good. How am I? Well, it's been a day. We had a depression day and a pain day because it's raining. There's a storm. There was a thunderstorm earlier today, and there's plans of rain tomorrow. So I'm in a good bit of pain. And the depression was hitting really hard earlier when we started stream. But as the stream went along, the depression, we kind of processed our depression a little bit, and now we're having a good time playing our life. There's a lot of story that's been happening, and we've been learning a lot, and the dialogue is fantastic in this game, and it's honestly like a really cool perspective on storytelling. I really enjoy this game a lot. Sorry it's a rough day. I'm glad you're here though. Yeah, you know, me too. And I've been surrounded by some really good company today, and you know, we've been yapping a lot, but that's on par for us, right? Glad you're enjoying it. Me too. I know there's a lot of DLC that goes to this game, and I kind of want to get it eventually so that we can play it again. with more stories involved. You got emo for this? Family. But I know we're all so busy, and so like we'll have to see if we can make time for it one day. Because this is a fantastic game. A fantastic story, and the characters have really good insight that I wish I had when I was 18. Hours pass, and the group moved between different activities, some low-key and some more exhaustive. For you, it was another break time. You sat on your towel and sipped at some water. Your friends were hard at work burying Terry's full body under a pile. Miranda used her arms to force up sand around Terry's sides. Cove worked on covering Terry's feet. You took another drink and closed your eyes. Eventually, a shadow passed over you, dampening the light that was still notable even behind your eyelid. You checked to see Cove had joined you out there. Alright. Bet. You checked to see Cove had joined you. There. He knelt down to dig around in a pile of assorted beach stuff in the middle of everyone's towel setup and pulled out the sunscreen. He took a seat next to you on his towel. He opened the bottle with a soft pop and began to reapply the cream. Hey. He ran his hands across his chest to work the sunscreen in, and you might have checked him out a little from the corner of your eye while still sipping some water. Want me to get your back? You enjoyed the view. Oh, I'd like that. Okay, I'll do it. Thanks. You scooted up behind your boyfriend and reached a hand around his front so he could squeeze a small pile of sunscreen into you. Sorry, the way I stopped there, the sentence continued. You scooted up behind your boyfriend and reached a hand around his front so he could squeeze a small pile of sunscreen into your hand. You rubbed your palms together, spreading the cream out more evenly, then began applying it softly to his shoulder blades. From there, you moved to the tops of his shoulders, the nape of his neck, and down his spine. Cole was mumbling the entire time, but you couldn't make out what he said. He might not even realize he was doing it to himself. The tone of his voice and the look on his face got the message across just fine. However, he was happy. You were too. Yeah, okay, bud. After he and you finished up, Cove let out a comfortable sigh and looked off into the distance. But then he sighed again, this time in an exaggeratedly disappointed way. You wonder if he was going to sigh again, even more dramatically if he didn't say anything. What's wrong? He honestly wondered. You wondered what it was. You raised an eyebrow. You chuckled. Oh, Cove, whatever it is, I'm sure it's going to be okay, you joked. I will ask him what's wrong. You inspected his face to see if there's anything actually distressed about him, and he still just looked like he was exaggerating. You asked anyway, since it was obvious that was what he wanted. Cove shook his head, comically despondent. His frown didn't match the sparkle in his eye.
Don't worry about it.
I'm just becoming another jaded adult, that's all. Oh, Cove. Silly Cove. Now you were really confused. You waited for him to continue, and his next sigh did not disappoint. It was the most ridiculously sad sigh you had ever heard. Then he smiled a little. Mermaids aren't real. Mermaids aren't real. Oh, Cove. What? That had not been you were expecting, he continued. You know how much I liked mermaids as a kid? Well, merfolk as a whole. I really hoped that they were out there. I mean, the ocean's a big place, right? They could be somewhere. But the older I got, the more I had to accept it. They were just a fairy tale. He jerked his head over to the waterline and the rolling waves. It crashed against the shore and then drew back. This is a perfect beach for them. It's pretty and vast and never too crowded. If merfolk did exist, we definitely would have met one by now. Or at least we would have heard of someone else seeing one. But Nothing. He acted as though that result was a true bafflement. He let his head hang. I gotta let the dream go. You burst into laughter. That's hardly proof. It's not like this is the only beach in the world. You pretend to be shocked and disappointed. You shook her head. Wow, good for you for that revelation. Keep the dream alive. Keep the dream alive, Cove. It could still exist. As you said, the ocean is a big place. Cove chuckled a little to himself. Eyes tilted off into the sea, his face still low. Maybe it's for the best. Let's say a mer person did happen to wash upon a shore one day. He looked at you with a doleful expression. I could have lost my partner to their magical underwater world. Oh yeah, I'd totally go live under the sea with the merfolk. Even if I had the chance, I'd stay on the shore with you. I'd go with the mer person, but only if you could come with us too. Cove grinned. He hadn't expected that answer. You're a nice person, Gad. But what if they didn't want me? Would you seriously stay on land? You gave him a look. You meant what you had said. It'd only work if the offer was for the both of you. Are you sure that's the right call? It's a beautiful, kind mer person. Sorry. If a beautiful, kind mer person falls for somebody, I'm pretty positive that the sensible response isn't to turn around and say, no thanks, I'm gonna stay on land with a normal guy. Are you warning me that you'd leave me if you got that kind of offer? Why are you so sure I'd make that call? I'd have to make that call. Since this is all hypothetical, why not have you be the mer person? I don't want that. I should get to be a mer creature, then I'd invite you to the underwater world. Cove, there's no one who could ever make me leave you. Aww. Yeah, this is totally me. Even as a teen, as an adult, even now. This is something I would say. Mer person or not, we're together. Oh? He flushed and fidgeted on the towel. In a desperate attempt to do something, he picked up the sunscreen bottle he had dropped. Poe started playing with the cap, ticking it on and off again. A smile seemed to grow before your eyes. I was just trying to joke around, you know. I know you were, but I wasn't. He giggled and continued to look deliriously happy. He had no way of going back on to the joke. You couldn't help but feel happy at how much your words meant to him. And then you heard Miranda screech. Your attention immediately switched over to your friends. You saw that Terry had gotten impatient and shifted her legs. The walls Miranda had been meticulously building collapsed into a wet heap of sand. She surveyed the damage critically. We're gonna have to start all over on that part. Do you just want to give up on this now?
No way.
No way, the burial must continue. I'll try not to move anymore. Okay, if you're sure. I'll try to fix this. Miranda started to rebury her, and Terry shot her a thumbs up. She realized too late that moving her arms was a bad idea. More of the sand on her crumbled, and Miranda put her head in her hands. Cove caught your eye and started to drag himself up. Seems like we're needed. I've been buried in the sand before. I went to Jekyll Island. No, is this at Jekyll Island? No, this was... Wow, this was actually when I graduated high school. The summer after I graduated, and I went to Panama City with some friends. And they covered me in sand. And they gave me boobs and a dick. And that's when I graduated. Yeah, I was the same age as them in a beach, and that's what happened there. I'm trying to think if there was other times. Not to be buried. I like being buried in the sand. So there had to have been another time when someone buried me. I'm trying to think. The only other time I really went to the beach was with my ex. After that. I think there was another time I was buried in the sand. But that one was more normal. There was one time I went with my family, but I didn't think I was buried in the sand then. But there was a few times. Like a handful. You agreed and followed him over to the other girls. Miranda nodded at you both with appreciation, and the three of you did your best to finish the job. You all worked out a system using just enough wet sand to help hold the rest together. With 3 people, it didn't take long for Terry to be entombed. Terry grinned massively, and Miranda offered high fives. The pile was officially done. Oh yeah! Resembling... I'm glad I read it like that. Resembling the Kool-Aid Man, she kicked herself out of the ground with gusto. Sand went flying in all directions, and a Terry-shaped imprint was left behind. Miranda yelled again, and Cove chuckled. There probably wasn't a better way to get out of it. The 4 of you continued to have a good time. You went on a shell hunt. Miranda managed to find the biggest, while you found the most colorful. Cove caught a tiny crab. You did a bit of everything. There were impromptu games to just soaking up each other's company. However, after a while, you all had ran out of water. Drinkable water, anyway. It was decided that you'd head to your and Cove's house. Things were gathered, and you started to cheerfully walk up the road. And what's next? I don't have anywhere to go, so it could be whatever. Same. I guess we could keep hanging out. Terry snorted and readjusted her grip on her things. Don't sound too sure there, Cove. By this point, you can see your house. It hadn't taken you long to make the trip. The conversation continued with everyone throwing out suggestions. Are people hungry? You looked from face to face in inspection. Cove and Miranda shrugged in concert. No one was overtly opposed to it. In concert? Concert is probably the right way of saying it. However, you weren't really starving. It wasn't quite a mealtime. We could get a dessert. Miranda put a finger to her lip and thought. With a smile, her voice became more confident. Yeah, that would be fun. Terry considered it, and then shot Miranda a thumbs up. Sounds great to me. I can definitely go for that. I'm fine with that if everyone else wants to. But there is nothing sweet at my house. Your friends glanced at Cove and his place. He shook his head immediately. Dad doesn't have anything good either. I mean, unless you want dessert-flavored protein shakes. Ew, no! She cut in and held her hands up as if trying to ward off something evil. Cove smirked.
Not bad.
It's not that bad.
Nope.
Well, there was some kind of sweet shop around here. Let's look it up. Terry nodded and started to dig around in her bag. I like the way you think. Terry continued to rummage in her bag and grew increasingly frustrated. She puffed out her cheeks and knelt down, setting the bag on the ground. With both hands free, she was finally able to fish out her phone. She raised it in triumph for a brief moment of celebration. I'll search for something good. Terry got back to her feet, hefting the bag over one arm, tapping away at her screen in the other. But it says Cove and you from top to bottom. No shirt, no shoes, no service. Cove glanced down at his bare chest and feet, having not even registered it prior. He chuckled a little. I'll grab something. You nodded as well. You weren't exactly restaurant ready like this. Cove moved over to his house. He looked towards yours. You ran into your house. No one was home, so you just rushed to your room and dropped off your beach stuff on your bed. With all that sand? Bro. You threw something over what you were wearing. You completely changed into casual clothes. I mean... We could just put something over what we're wearing. You didn't want to take too long, so you just put on a couple things over top. You brushed off a bit of sand and thought you looked presentable. With that, you sped back outside. Cove was already there and gathered around Terry's phone with the girls. He opted to just add a shirt and shoes, apparently putting in the minimum effort for service. Hello again. You don't really want ice cream, do you? He didn't have a chance to answer. She kept barreling through with her words. "'Cause I'm not into that right now."
That's cool.
Don't mind her. You look nice, by the way.
Hey. That's cool.
Terry scrolled further and then made an interested exclamation. "Oh, what about this place? They sell crepes. That's something you don't see every day. Look how fancy they are." She shoved her phone into your face. It seemed like a cute shop. It didn't show any pictures of the actual building, but the food seemed good. It was one of those places that put a lot of effort into presentation, with branded wrapping for the crepes and well-applied toppings. Weird, I've never heard of it. I haven't either. Mysterious, but crepes are so good. She nodded her approval as Terry admired more of the photos. I'd go. It's not too far, but we could drive. Terry cheered at the success of a plan made, and you all walked around to Cove's car. He had to run inside once more to grab his keys. He wrote "Wash me" in the dirt of his car. He waited for Cove. This is something I would do. He noticed a thin coat of sand and dust on Cove's car. It had probably been a while since he'd washed it. With a smirk, he carefully wrote "Wash me" with your finger. Good work. I wonder if he's even gonna notice. The car beeped and unlocked. Cove ran up to you with his car keys in hand. His hair slipped into his face and he brushed it back. Shotgun! She clambered into the passenger seat without hesitation. He didn't argue and climbed into the back with Miranda. Terry activated the directions on her phone map and acted as their navigator, directing Cove to the crepes. The GPS tried to get Cove to turn into a non-existent road once and wanted him to do a U-turn instead of just using a left turn, but with Terry looking at the actual path, it went smooth enough. You were led to a small stall in a parking lot rather than a full building. That explained why there hadn't been pictures of the crepier's interior and why it was new to you despite living in this town your entire life. It was a completely new structure that popped up recently. There was a window you could walk up to and one for cars to drive up to. Cove parked with a laugh.
Come on.
I don't think I needed to put a shirt on for this, but I still want to try it. Let's go.
What?
Do you not trust us to eat in your car? He gestured to the drive-thru option. Cove shook his head with a snort. I trust some people here, maybe. But wouldn't it be more fun to actually check it out? Everyone acknowledged his point and piled out. Terry tried to tease Cove a little, but Miranda started talking about the last time she had crepes. Apparently there'd been a dessert explosion, topped with multiple sauces, powdered sugar, and what Miranda was pretty sure had to be cake icing. That's sweet.
So great.
Literally. It was so good, but I regretted it so much. I couldn't finish it and I really tried. You can do it this time, Randy. There were some laughs. When you got up to the menu, you realized that there were more than just crepes. There were definitely crepes, many crepes. However, the stall also had a lot of different drinks as well. Teas, smoothies, milkshakes. Jackpot. She grinned and held out her fist in a fist bump. Miranda high-fived it. The two stared at the awkward, vaguely turkey-shaped hand configuration they had made, and then slowly put their hands down. Cove's mouth twitched in a smile. You stepped up to order first. You glanced back at the menu. You ordered a crepe, you ordered a drink, you ordered a crepe and a drink. You can get both. We're rolling in the cash. Wait, actually... we're not really that hungry, so maybe we just order a drink. We'll go with both. Hello, I'd like to get a crepe and a drink, please. There was a woman who looked a little older than you taking the orders. She smiled back at you, ready to hear the specifics of your purchase. For the crepe itself, you wanted plain, strawberry, chocolate, green tea, or lemon. I mean, we gotta go with what? A chocolate sounds pretty good. Green tea sounds interesting. Lemon? Lemon could be refreshing. Let's go with lemon. For filling and topping, you picked cream cheese, whipped cream, condensed milk, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, caramel syrup, powdered sugar, strawberries, mango slices, mixed berries, banana slices. You didn't want anything extra. Let's go with banana slices. Lemon and banana though? I could see it, but it'd be a little weird. We could do lemon and cream cheese. Oh, we could add more. That's gonna be, that sounds sweet enough. Old man Gad, that's sweet. That's already too sweet. That's already too much sweetness for us right there. And that was all. After you picked a size, you were asked what you wanted to drink. You ordered an iced green tea, a black tea, a milk tea, an iced coffee, a strawberry smoothie, a banana smoothie, a mango smoothie, a coffee frap, a vanilla milkshake, a chocolate milkshake. We could get an iced coffee. You could also add a mix in or toppings for the drink. Just add whipped cream, chocolate syrup, caramel syrup, boba pearls. You chose to add condensed milk. You didn't want anything extra. We're okay with just a normal iced coffee. You paid and stepped aside to let your friends order. Coke got a lemon crepe and with powdered sugar on top and the mixed berries. He also got a plain strawberry smoothie. Terry went crazy with toppings. Although she ordered a plain crepe, she had it smothered with whipped cream, cream cheese, chocolate chips, chocolate syrup, and bananas. That sounds really good. Miranda opted for a frap with caramel syrup and condensed milk. The four of you stood off to the side as you waited for your treats. I heard what you ordered, Gad, but I'm not the only one to go for a drink and a crepe. I couldn't just pick one, and why not? Exactly, it's gonna be good. I think yours sounds tasty, Gad. Thanks. Order for Gad. I'm sorry, that's a lady. Order for Gad. Oh, I gotta get that. You grabbed your order. The others didn't take much time after that. With the goods collected, everyone admired their treats. Terry dug right into hers, and Miranda gave hers a tentative sip. Terry nodded acceptingly, with her mouth completely full. Miranda tilted the frap over to her with a grin. Terry sipped it and clearly loved it. She raised her crepe over to Miranda. You could tell that there was an intent to make it look nice. But it was all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be, but with all the assorted toppings piled on, only so much could be done. Miranda took a huge bite with gusto and sighed happily. Terry seemed satisfied and took another slurp from Miranda's drink. They had both only gotten one thing, probably because they knew they'd end up sharing. Coke, do you want to share ours? Terry, Miranda, can I join in the sharing? You offered to share your order with everyone. You said nothing and started consuming. I'll ask Cove. His face lit up with excitement, and he passed you his crepe. Yeah, of course. You exchanged treats and took a chomp of the lemon crepe. It was light with the sourness from the lemon and the sweetness from the syrupy berry mix. The smoothie was finely blended with the occasionally chunk of strawberry. Cove seemed to enjoy his taste, and then you swapped back. He smiled as he took a loud sip from his smoothie. Thanks, you always get good stuff. With that, Cove started to eat his treats in earnest. You saw him take a huge gulp of his smoothie, and then without swallowing, he added a bite of his lemon crepe. Cove? Terry tore a piece off of her crepe and held it out to Cove. Care to make a trade? Sure. Instead of continuing to loiter in the parking lot, the four of you started to walk down the sidewalk. There was a lot of sharing going on, with crepe bits and toppings being passed around. You wouldn't have been surprised if Terry ended up drinking more frap than Miranda did. He kept going down the way, eating, drinking, and chatting. You hadn't realized just how far the group had wandered until you end up at the now leaving sign. Apparently, you're about to just walk right out into the middle of nowhere. Terry took her mouth off of Miranda's straw and stopped sipping the frap. Impossible! Preposterous! How are we already at the end? I always forget how tiny this town really is. Cove chuckled a little and swallowed a chunk of Terry's crepe.
I guess.
It kinda is, huh? It didn't feel that small when we were growing up. It definitely felt bigger then. It's always seemed like there wasn't much here. There are tinier places out there. You guys are lucky to live in decent-sized cities. He quietly nodded along. He shrugged. It definitely felt bigger then. There was a time when Sunset Bird felt huge. It seemed as endless as the ocean. There was always some street you hadn't wandered down, something new for the tourists. But now, you realized it was just a pond in this big, big world. Seeing the definite end only reinforced this. Here was the boundary that proved your hometown could be walked out of with ease. I guess this means we should probably head back. One doesn't just walk into nowhere land. We're not the only one, Terry. There's 4 of us. Terry scrunched up her face, not wanting to acknowledge the bad joke. She decided to ignore it. It stinks having to go all the way back. Yeah, but it's not like there's anything out that direction. And if we did keep going forward, it'd be an even longer trip home. He stared off into the stretch of road as Cove agreed that he didn't want to go out any further. Can we take a break here first before we turn around? We've been walking for a while and someone finished my drink. Right on cue, Terry loudly sucked air from the straw. It was so good. Miranda looked at her, but Terry remained unrepentant. In the end, though, it was agreed to hang around the sign before heading back to the car. It didn't take long to finish the rest of the food and drinks. Everyone gathered up the trash and stuffed it into bags and pockets for now. The group relaxed on the grass, keeping account of all the cars that drove past. It was not a high number. 14? The newest passing car drove into town from somewhere outside. But as the vehicle came by, it slowed down and you watched it as it ultimately rolled to a complete stop. The black car parked right by the now leaving sign. Everyone exchanged a baffled look. But then the tinted window rolled down and the driver peered out. As soon as you saw his hair, you recognized him. No one else you knew presented themselves so distinctively. Hey neighbors. Cove also jolted with recognition. He passed on a cordial smile and waved politely. Afterwards, he put his mouth back over the straw of his long empty drink, as if trying to act cool. He waved at them. Hi, he just wondered what he was doing here. You wish he hadn't stopped the chat. You smiled and were excited to see him. Wave at him. He leaned forward and tried to get a better look. His hands were loose on his steering wheel, and he seemed rather relaxed to have just pulled over on the side of the road. You waved and he nodded in acknowledgement. And you thought about the odd picture this made. The fancy black car pulled over to talk to a group of teens, mostly still in beachwear. Yeah, that's a little... Miranda was incredibly confused and shrank back to watch. Terry tilted her head in an unspoken question. Cove made a quick gesture pointing towards Baxter. And a light bulb went off for Terry.
Alright.
Ah, that's the new person in the condo. The B-man, right? Yeah, Baxter. Oh, I wasn't sure if I'd ever actually see him. Her voice was quiet. Miranda usually got shy around new people. Terry was quite the opposite. Incredible, this is perfect! Terry hopped up from the grass and ran to Baxter's car, all full of excitement. Behind her, Miranda picked herself up and dusted imaginary dirt off her clothes. She sent a searching look to you and Cove, to which Cove shrugged. Miranda nodded, and with clenched fists, hesitantly followed Terry. Terry bent down to talk to Baxter through his window. She blasted through introductions, with Miranda putting in a shy wave. Cove looked at you. He still clearly had no intention of going over. You stayed with Cove, you went over to Baxter, you encouraged Cove to come. We want to be neighborly, right? We want to be neighborly. Uh, uh... Hold on. Sorry, y'all. We'd encourage Cove to come. Hey, we should probably go over. Cove pouted, his cheeks flared out in a childish puff. I don't want to. I don't know what to say. You can go. I'll just wait until he's gone. But he saw us. He stopped for us. I really think you should say hi. Do you want to be the only person who doesn't go see him? Well, why can't you stay here with me instead? He sighed. He was definitely going to be difficult about this. Some days he really was the same grouchy 8-year-old you met all those years ago. He stayed with Cove. He went over to Baxter. He physically pushed him towards the car. Do you really hate him that much? You know, I'm not gonna like force Cove to do what he doesn't want to do. I'd like to understand him, right? But like, I understand he's just new and like Cove takes a minute to understand. But yeah. I get it. I get it. I get it, Cove. That's not gonna stop me from going over to say hi. Because we're our own people. But I do want to understand. Do you really hate him that much? I kind of feel like that's very kind of aggressive though. Like, I'd be like, what's up? Like, why? Maybe have this conversation later? Or maybe earlier? I don't know. I guess earlier wouldn't make much sense because the action happened now. No, I don't hate him. I get weird around him. I know his foreignness bothers you, but think of him like Terry. He's super friendly and loves to chat with new people. He's doing it right now. Terry doesn't hit on me. Terry doesn't hit on you. If that's what he's even doing. Baxter says serious things when I don't think he's actually very serious. That's what bothers me. And that's fair. It'll be alright. He tried to do less of that with you. Wait, he's tried to do less of that with you. And we'll all be there. With an unnecessary whiny groan, he relented. Fine, I'll go. Slowly, progress forward was made until you two arrived at the driver's side car. Baxter smiled welcomingly. Hello. Hey. Cove greeted him mildly, his expression cautious. Hi. Baxter gestured to Miranda and Terry. I just rented this car for my stay here and was coming back from a bit of sightseeing when I spotted your crowd. Then these two were kindly introducing themselves. Yup, it's only polite. Speaking of polite, Baxter's giving us a ride. I was asking him to. What? Baxter shrugged guiltily, seeing Cove's dramatic reaction. The offer is open. And we're taking it. Okay. You were just happy to get a ride? You were kind of annoyed that Terry did this? You felt uncomfortable to be getting a ride from Baxter. I mean, it's just a ride. He's a new neighbor. Terry already kind of spoke for us. Would we be annoyed for Terry? Not really. It's just a different moment, right? They didn't want to walk back anyway. Regardless of anything else, you didn't have to walk back. That's what counted, and you were grateful to Terry for arranging it. Alright, plan made, let's hop in. You excitedly opened the passenger side door and buckled yourself in. The car was pristine, and you were right near the new car's scented air freshener. Baxter had the air conditioner on cold, but low, so it was pleasantly cool inside. A nice relief from the summer sun you had been baking in all day. Your friends clambered on and back. It definitely seemed the slightest bit squished back there. Welcome to my vehicle. I hope everyone is comfortable. And if someone could point me in the right direction, we can be on our way. Terry went back to the navigator mode and outlined the journey. It was basically a straight line with one turn at the end into the parking lot. Baxter nodded from up in the driver's seat and pulled back into the road. Luckily, the street was still dead empty. It took no time at all for Baxter to park right next to Cove's car. There wasn't even enough time for a proper conversation to start. The occupants didn't seem to mind. There were smiles all around when Baxter parked next to Cove's car. Woo! Miranda clapped quietly as Terry cheered. Cove chuckled nervously. You smiled. Yeah, you clapped as well. You nudged Baxter in a friendly way. You were relieved you had made it. You were glad to have reached your destination and pleased at the fanfare of your friends. You didn't say a word, but Terry and Miranda definitely caught your amusement. We've arrived. That was easy. Terry flung open her door and climbed out. Thanks. Everyone else exited the car as well. The group thanked Baxter with varying degrees of enthusiasm. Baxter himself got out too. Everyone congregated again in front of Baxter and Cove's cars. Cove looked at the back of his and frowned. He'd finally discovered the wash me he'd put on it. I wonder who did that. He snickered along with Miranda, who realized you'd been caught. It's a mystery. Right. Terry bounced over to Baxter and offered her hand for a handshake. He accepted it easily with a charming grin. You're a pal. You're too kind. It was no trouble whatsoever. I'll be keeping this car all this summer. If it suits you, you're welcome to take my number and give me a ring whenever you're in need of another ride. And that goes for everyone here. I have a car. I have a car. Harry bursted into laughter and Miranda fidgeted. She didn't know what to do with that. Baxter really went fast, didn't he? He noticed her discomfort and smiled with a soft tilting of the head. I'd be happy to help again, but that's the only reason I offered. If you don't need it, you can pass on it. Can I have your number? You stay silent. We don't really need his number. It's not like we need a car for much trouble. When her giggle subsided, Terry put a hand on her chin with brows furrowed. I wonder, would that option be available right now? You could valet us somewhere cool.
What?
Cole was taken aback. He put a hand on the hood of his car. Weren't we going back to the neighborhood? Wasn't Baxter going back to the neighborhood too? Why would we go somewhere else? Because we can. Miranda squirmed nervously and then committed to piping up. We could go to the park near my place. It's a really nice place to hang out. You and Cove shared a look. The park was pretty nice. Let's do it. Baxter tapped the side of his face and thought.
Doable.
He glanced at Cove and then switched focus to you. Well, we have 2 cars. If some people want to go to the park, I could still take the others home. But if everyone's going, it wouldn't make sense for me not to. You decided to go back to the neighborhood with Cove? You want to continue the hangout session at the park. You know, I'm okay with going back with Cove. GBC. Ooh, 606. 2 out of 3 sixes ain't bad. Yeah, you better be careful. GBC is trying to be the first one to get that 666. But I say be careful. It's not like anybody can do anything about it. But nice try, nice try. How you doing tonight, Michael? It's pretty early for you? Ban Inc. What is it, like 4 a.m. for you? Almost 5? Or almost 4? You woke up at 4. Not great, but not the worst. Gotcha. I'll fucking fight you. They can have their good time together. We can go back to the neighborhood with Cove. We're kind of introverted, right? It's almost 6. You played on your phone for some time. You like the Mob Control mobile game? I have to check it out. I've never heard of it. What kind of game is it? It's a POS game, so don't play it. Hey, I'll make the judge of that, right? I'll be the judge of that. I sent it to myself. I also gotta send how much I weighed today. And done. Was it, what kind of game is it? Like a tower defense? What are we talking about here? Okay. Let's check it out real quick, y'all. This is an actual game? Hold on. This is an actual game? This is not just one of those, like... I see ads for everywhere for this, and I've always thought this was a one of those fake games. I had no idea this is an actual game. Wow. I had no idea, Michael. And I didn't even know there was a Windows version. It's not actual PvP, so there's so many ads if you want to be efficient at it. Wait, are there ads in the mobile version? Like, do you pay for it in the mobile version? There's ads in the mobile version too? I'm confused about that. Or is it just a Windows version that you gotta buy because there won't be ads? Gotcha. Gotcha. Okay. Gotcha. That makes sense. Gotcha. Let's go back to the neighborhood with Cove. I think we could, you know, we spent a lot of time with our friends. Also, what are his jeans? His jeans are ripped. He's got ripped jeans going on. All right, Baxter, I see your style. You would rather go back for now. You let the group know. Both girls frowned. Neither wanted to leave you or Cove behind. Terry especially looked troubled and started bouncing in place. Today's all about us hanging out. We can't just bail. Miranda nodded and bit her lip. We don't have to go to the park. Going back to the neighborhood has plenty of appeal. It could prove to be the better idea. Cove winced and shook his head.
Don't worry about it.
No, it's fine. We've done plenty of hanging out today. If you want to go to the park, you should. Right, you can have fun with Baxter. It's okay. Okay. She didn't sound too thrilled, and Miranda patted her on the shoulder.
Okay.
Guess we'll see you later then? Probably. Cove smiled, and she rolled her eyes at his wishy-washy answer. He knew we'd be seeing them again. Everyone finished saying their goodbyes, and the three climbed into Baxter's car. He waved. Bye. You nodded. You watched. Terry started to shout back and startled Baxter slightly. Miranda laughed and waved back. Terry rolled down the window. See ya! Bye, Terry. Bye, Miranda. Then Baxter rolled down his own window.
See you.
Have a safe journey back. I'll see you around the neighborhood. Baxter started to pull out of the parking lot and Cove waved him off, stepping forward as they pulled away. Then it was just you and Cove left in the parking lot. He rubbed his hands together for a moment and unlocked his car. You got into the shotgun seat this time. Why not just say passenger seat? There's no shotgun if it's just two people. You got into the shotgun seat this time and Cove took his place at the wheel. He put his key in the ignition and turned to you. I had a feeling you wouldn't want to go. I was ready to go back. Thank you for giving me an out. You didn't respond to that. Actually, I don't want to go to see if... I only wanted to go so that you had a reason to leave. I was ready to go back. Cove smiled, satisfied, and finally turned his key to start the car. The car right back passed quickly. They were all familiar roads you've seen before. Soon you returned to the comfort of your own neighborhood. Cove pulled in and parked. He shut off his car. Then you both got out to stand in the road. I guess that's it. Thanks for the ride, Cove. I'll see you later. It was fun. Pleasant farewells given, you walked to your front door. You completely changed out of your swimsuit into more comfortable clothes. That was definitely a benefit of coming back. Time ticked by as the sun started to set. Orange gold light streamed in through the windows. You could tell the weather was still really nice out there. Your attention was taken by your phone. Y'all, we got an ad break that's about to happen. We do 3 minutes of ads so that we have 50 to 55 minutes of ad-free gameplay and yap time. During that time, we encourage you to take a break. We encourage you to get up. We encourage you to stretch. We encourage you to do your thing. Thank you, Michael. And none of us like watching ads. Well, some of us like watching ads, but if you don't like watching ads, then don't. You know, get up, move around, do your thing. We take a break so that nobody misses anything. And yeah, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be yapping our face off, as well as we got drinks, and we used the bathroom last time, so we're pretty good to go. So talk to me, y'all. How's your day been? How's your night? Michael, how was your night with your wife? You guys do anything? Did you guys watch anything? I mean, you don't have to tell me if you guys did something. I don't need to know. If y'all... Anyways. How you doing tonight, Michael? How you doing this morning, I should say? Yeah, the Indian food, it was good. It was good, spicy, and finished Love on the Spectrum. Oh, nice. Yes, thank you. Thank you for saying that, because I wanted to check that out. I'm gonna write that down in my notes here that I sent to myself. I'm so jelly. I want Indian food. Ah. Sometimes the awkwardness of that show gets to you, but overall it's super wholesome, and this third season was the best. Nice. That third degree awkwardness. I've seen a lot of shows like that. I saw a little bit of Abbott Elementary today. I posted an episode. I finished that episode, and I think I started watching another one, but then I started playing on Super Nintendo games. I crashed out on Super Metroid because I was doing a no save run, and I took a way that I didn't normally take, and it ended up getting me killed. So I crashed out on Super Metroid. Then I played some Donkey Kong Country, and I beat it without using any continues or getting game over. It was close. There was one time I had 0 balloons left, but we pulled through. We pulled it back and ended the game with 2 balloons left. And then we started playing Star Fox, but then it became time to get ready for stream, so we stopped playing Star Fox. And then we got the idea of adding Star Fox, like a little TTS, like, you know, have it pop up on screen of like a little of Star Fox, of the Star Fox crew, Fox McCloud, Falco, Slippy, Peppy, with the text and all that stuff, and have it do the little gibberish voices too, and read it like that. So you're telling me don't take risks because you'll likely die? Listen, you'll likely die either way, right? That is the one certainty in life, and probably in video game life too, especially if it's an action game. You're most likely gonna die. Oh, Nihilus and Gad is showing up now. Hanging around Seth too much. I'm kidding about that. I love Seth streams. No, I mean, it's reality, dude. That's what it is, right? We all die eventually. It's just a fact of life. It's just a matter of, do you take risk doing the things you love? Figuratively and literally? Or do you just live a different life? It's up for you to decide. Risk assessment is a thing, right? That's what cybersecurity is really all about. It's risk assessment. Or not all about. There's a good bit of risk assessment that's dealt with security in general, not just cybersecurity. This mode is pure chaos. I'm glad you're liking normal watch, GBC. Trout wanted us, the four of us, to play Overwatch again. Or maybe not again, but like get a group with just the four of us, and I don't know if you guys want to invite a fifth or something. So maybe no, I haven't reinstalled. It's still I accidentally opened the battle.net launcher today, I think, because I was clicking the Discord launcher and I accidentally clicked on, they're right next to each other. So I accidentally opened it up today. But I haven't opened it at all since I've deleted everything. But I mean, I haven't played games with Trout in ages. What feels like ages. It's been a while. So like, for homies and stuff like that, for certain occasions, it's more of like a hangout spot than actually playing the game. Even though I will be playing the game, and I say we as in me, but it's more of just to play and hang out with friends. Nice. Yeah. Let the hate flow inside. There's no hate. Come on, this is me we're talking about, Michael. Maybe not hate, but darkness or parasites. Oh no, those parasites are dead. They're squished. I have no urge to play Overwatch in it, like, unless it's just to hang out with friends. And then at that point, it's more of just hanging out with friends than playing Overwatch. Those parasites are squashed completely. The hangout with friends is the best part? Yeah, it is. It is. But back then, like earlier this year, it was more about playing Overwatch, and now it's just about hanging out with friends. Well, I guess it's been hanging out with friends for me for a while, but the parasites did activate, and I did want to play Overwatch on my own. And I did. But I'll never turn down, like, okay, so you can't believe you use ivermectin in the Overwatch worms. My dedication to my friends goes this deep, Michael. I bought Magagad in the house. Okay, bud. Last time I played Overwatch, yeah, he did. Oh my god, I was laughing so hard that it fucking started hurting because of how much I was fucking laughing at GBC's stunt. Oh my goodness. But yeah, to show you how far I'll go, Michael, I bought DBD to play with a friend. That's how far I'll go. I actually legitimately bought Dead by Daylight to play it with a friend. And that was the time that like I started getting into DBD. I had been watching it. I had been watching streamers play it, but I never really had the urge to play it. And then one of my friends, one of my mods, I promised to play with games with her when her schooling was completed. She was really worried about it, and so it's like, you know what? After you finish with this, we'll play DVD together. And that's how I installed and bought and installed DVD. And like, I played it a little bit with a few different people, but it's not really, again, it's just one of those games that gives me more chances to hang out with friends than like for me to actually enjoy it. Even though some of the matches are pretty fun, it just became a hangout thing. And oddly enough, DVD is still installed on my computer. That's funny. You won't go that far to reinstall that? You'd rather die? What, GBC? You don't want to be left underneath a pallet again while Jigs and I fucking struggle to save you? I know it's not us. I know you're referring to the game in general, just having that that feeling. Oh, yeah, that was funny as fuck. We were both right next to him. He was under a pallet with the killer there, and the killer picked him up while none of us were able to save him. This shit was hilarious. But yeah, definitely one of those things that like, if I had more time to hang out with friends, I would definitely still be playing a lot more games. Did the rain stop? No. Literally just a tap and up, yeah. No, it's supposed to be raining tomorrow as well. I'm in quite a bit of pain, but it is, you know, it is what it is. You've played that again, it needs to be a full stack. That's understandable. The game is really only fun with, well, not really only fun, but that's understandable, GBC. You get more of an experience out of it with a full stack. I get it. But yeah. So like, if you and Hemp, GBC, I'm talking to, if you, I'm addressing this to you, if you and Hemp and Trout set up a day for us to play, just let me know, because I'll reinstall Overwatch just for like, just for a day, just to play with the homies, because I haven't played with it's been a while since I played games with Hemp too. I know I just lurk a lot in his streams. But yeah, I would love to get to know and like reacquaint ourselves and catch up, you know, and just shoot the shit and all that stuff. And then afterwards, Overwatch would be uninstalled again. But yeah. You saw it right away as your phone was in your hand. Miranda's personalized text tone sounded. It pinged on your desk. We'll give Miranda a personalized text tone. That sounds fun. You had different text tones for almost everyone important in your life. You thought Miranda's was especially fitting. It played and you snatched it up. Check your phone. Hi, Gad. We're going to see fireworks. Do you want to come? Oh. And Terry texted Cove. He said he'll be there. How did their trip start at hanging out in the park and ended at finding some previously unknown fireworks spectacle? It was definitely news to you. Text tone is wild. Hold on silent 24/7 for 20 years. I used to, back when I was younger. No, I think at this point I can say like 16 years ago. No, 18 years ago. 18 years ago. Yeah, it'd be 18 years ago now. Holy shit. I would have. You can say young, you don't have to say younger, you old man. I'd have personalized text tones. I would love to hear my personal faves blasted in areas. Yeah, was it polite? I didn't give a fuck. It was definitely news to you. Fireworks? I'd love to. Yes. Okay. I'm tired. No, sorry. Yeah, fireworks? Fuck yeah. You use tones for family or your one friend? Yeah, that's kind of like I had different tones for friends and family. It was just kind of that. It was just family. I'd love to. Fireworks was kind of out of the blue, but sounded like a lot of fun. That was something you couldn't miss. Your mom's is a Mothra song? Nice. Miranda sent back a cheery smiley face not even 5 seconds later. Then you got a yay, and she sent another message that told you that Cove would be out at his car soon. I love this game of telephone that we're playing with each other, right? Two people are texting each other and then they're texting us to tell us that the other person is going to be out in their car when they're literally our neighbor right across the street. That's so cute. You quickly got yourself ready and headed out into the world once more. On the way, you sent a message to Cove that you were coming. He texted that he was already outside. Just as promised, Cove was waiting by his car. He hadn't bothered to change at all. He was quite comfortable going around in swim shorts. He slipped his phone into his pocket and waved you over. Without needing to say a thing, he got into the shotgun seat. It's not a shotgun seat if there's only 2 people. It's just the passenger seat. You can't call shotgun if you're the only other person that's gonna be in the car with the driver. That's not how that works. You would call it? Okay, bud. But you're still responsible for shooting others, so. That's fair. Is it fair? You know, I'm starting to question what's fair and what's not fair anymore. Anyways. You notice that the exterior of his car was no longer coated with dust. He must have washed it in the past few hours. Direct action. Cove looked over to you from the driver's side and smirked as he started up the car. You know what's fair? What's fair? Family. Okay, fun. Here we go again. Yup. He pulled out onto the road and raced towards the city as the sun continued to sink below the horizon. When the city lights sparkled around you, Cove started looking for a parking spot. It had been a smooth drive, but unfortunately finding parking was a task. You tried to text Miranda to see where they had parked. She admitted that there hadn't been any openings around there. They had gotten lucky with one single spot. Cove had to drive around a few blocks, but finally you spotted something. He pulled in and parked, feeling just as triumphant as he'd won an actual prize. No, okay, that's fair though. Parking in downtown when it's busy and you cannot find a damn spot, it is a fucking prize. I understand that so much. Terry sent you a text saying to hurry up and get to the waterfront. Miranda attached a helpful picture of where they were. He pointed the way to Cove, and the two of you jogged around the bend and then down the brick-lined walkway. Eventually, you saw 3 silhouettes in the distance. They started to wave and yell. One of them jumped in place with her arms going back and forth. It had to be your friends. See, that's when you just eat the ticket. You rushed over to them. Miranda and Terry ran up to meet you halfway with faces full of smiles. We missed you. Buddies, I knew the day wasn't over for us. Hey. Hi. Baxter had stepped up at some point too. He ran a hand through his hair, trying not to interrupt the reunion. Hello? Hey. Ko gave him a nod. With the band back together, the group walked back to the area where Baxter, Miranda, and Terry had originally set up at. It was a quiet, open area on the waterfront. Cove let out a relieved sigh after things calmed down. So, do we miss anything? Nah, you're good. Nothing's happened yet. We think it's just about to start really soon, though. What are these fireworks even for? Well... She smiled a big grin at Miranda. Randy talked about watching fireworks at the park, and that reminded me about how there's this big company having an event tonight. I heard they were gonna have fireworks. There's no way we were ever getting into that party, but... She put a finger up and her smile turned devious. I'm positive we'll still be able to see the fireworks from here. They can't hide explosions in the sky from the public. That's ridiculous. You suddenly wondered how Terry had convinced Cove to come without prior explanation. He was utterly stunned that this was the source of the fireworks. To be fair, you hadn't asked Miranda for details either. Cove scratched his head in defeat. I guess we're already here. It's kinda too late now. You bet your wet blanket it's too late. He shook her head with exasperation, but let him off with minimal teasing. He felt excited. He thought this was kind of a silly situation. You were nervous about how close the fireworks would be. He felt pretty laid back about the whole thing. I guess we feel pretty laid. I mean, I guess, you know what? We feel excited for fireworks, right? Fireworks are fun. The spontaneity of the whole thing combined with the amazement of fireworks was a recipe for you to be bursting with anticipation. It couldn't start soon enough. Terry led Miranda to sit down on the oval slabs along the path. Miranda took a seat and began tapping her knees together as she waited. Terry, meanwhile, crouched more than sat. Baxter smiled politely and looked from you to Cove. He seemed to be waiting for one of you to speak first rather than wanting to directly start a conversation. Something seemed to strike Cove as he tried unsuccessfully to hide a smile. Most of us are in swimsuits. Wearing beachwear in the middle of the city in the dark while waiting for a fireworks show was clearly the joke of the day for him. Cove snorted once and then looked back up at the sky. Yo, the fireworks, let's go! Where is this party? Like, where... Is there more river behind the buildings? Because it looks like maybe there is. Where would they shoot off fireworks that close to the city? If not on the water and like it bends around, right? That's gotta be it. A flash lit up the sky with a brilliant green. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance. I suddenly watched with bated breath. In Athens, they do it on their own rooftops 3 times a month easily? Really? That's fucking cool. Can you like record the fireworks? Is it close enough for you to record it? I see. Your eyes flew off the building in the distance and suddenly watched with bated breath. You heard a second boom, and a red firework lit up the night. Usually only hear it, you'll try to find next time though. Hey, that sounds awesome. My sister lives close enough to the Disney parks that you can hear the fireworks go off at I think at 9 o'clock every night. It's kind of wild. It's kind of nutty, dude. I really want to go and live in Orlando. I actually had a fantastic time over there, and like it was so calming to be around so many people, and to have this wonderful lake viewing that did have a place to see fireworks as well as like just to chill and relax. It was wonderful. I honestly am seriously thinking about moving over there and making plays to move over there. I had a wonderful time, and it would definitely be nice to get out of the Georgia mountains. There's so many wonderful places to visit. On one of my trips, we went to I don't know where it was, but there was something called a goblin market. And as my sister put it, it was a space for the theys and the gays. And let me tell you, dude, that place was fucking awesome. It really is a space for the theys and the gays. The amount of costumes I saw, as well as like the amount of acceptance that was there, was fantastic. And like, I don't know how often they do that, but from what I hear, the Goblin Market isn't like a full-time thing, it's only a partial time thing. But it was fantastic. That's where I got this necklace from, as well as my bracelet. And it was fantastic. I had a wonderful time there. And we went shopping, there was a band there. It was all like community oriented too. But yeah, it was really cool. I really want to move to Orlando. I felt so comfortable being there. It was wild. It was wild how vastly different that place is compared to here. And I know, you know, I've lived in other places too, and just in Georgia general. Like I used to live in Athens, Georgia, where the UGA campus is, and like even though that's a blue area and like is more accepting of LGBTQ stuff, I never felt as comfortable there as I did when I was in Florida. As weird as that sounds, right? Because you hear about Florida in the news all the time and how different it is. But at least that section, at least the sections that we went to, those communities were pretty strong there. And it felt really cool to be a part of and to go visit them. And I would really love to go back and just live there for a while, because that sounds really fucking cool. So I might work on moving. I might work on, you know, there's a few things I gotta do. Maybe I might find employment down there, you know? And that'd be really fucking cool. I think a change of pace is exactly what I need. I think being out of my head and being out of this room, like if I wanted to, I could walk to places. It feels weird to say W Florida, but W Florida, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, it does feel weird saying that because of everything you hear, but it really was probably one of my favorite places to visit and to like just live. Like, I know I didn't live there, but you know, my sister and my brother do, and they love it down there. I'm starting to think that maybe I would too. Besides having family down there, I think it would be really cool to live down there. So I got to figure out a way to get down there and support myself down there. But yeah, again, bringing up moments. This game does everything. Woo, the show's starting. It's so pretty. They came running over to get closer, positively beaming. Terry pressed herself to the waterfront fence, getting as close as physically possible without just going swimming again. More fireworks went off, shooting out hundreds of tiny sparkling lights. The colors stood out starkly against the dark of the night. The biggest ones washed your surroundings with their hue, turning your world blue, then red, and then golden. Did I deliver, or did I deliver? Miranda's eyes glittered and she lightly bumped Terry with her hip. Good job. Terry stumbled at the friendly nudge, but was pleased with the compliment. She grinned back. Miranda lightly swung her hips to the opposite way to give you a bump as well. It was friendly and soft. We did it! You smiled at her and nodded. You were pleased that you hadn't missed any of the show after all. You were glad that everyone seemed to be having a good time. You were uncomfortable with how near it was. Yeah, glad everyone seemed to have a good time. Cove stared up to the sky with wonder, while Terry squealed in joy after a series of especially grand explosions. Miranda pointed to one that was shooting up and then gasped when it bloomed and turned into a huge sphere of violet light. Baxter smiled in appreciation. It was good to see your friends in high spirits. The rest of the group huddled around the railing to take in the show as closely as possible. Miranda stood close by. Terry's hands gripped the top. Cove laid his arms across. While leaning forward, and Baxter rested his elbows on the rail, putting his back towards the fireworks. He seemed to have more fun watching the others than the actual show. Oh? She pointed out a golden firework and beamed. Ah, that's so cool! Terry held up a hand for a high five and Miranda obliged her. Terry whooped and shot you a smile. But what color do you think the next one will be? Without giving Baxter a glance, Cove answered immediately. Green. It was orange. Baxter chuckled, but wasn't interested in calling Cove out for being wrong. Is that your favorite color? Green? It's one of them. I think that's nice. It matches you. And is yours black? That's one of them. Cove smirked just a little and left the conversation there. You still next to the girls? You still next to Baxter? You still next to Cove? Wanna stand by our man? Cove looked away from the fireworks and grinned at you. He was glad to be spending time with you and tilted his head at the spectacular multicolored firework above. I think that's been my favorite so far. He shot you another look and nodded, wanting you to move up closer. In front of him, you could see the night's lights reflected on the water. You took a moment to watch him, and the fireworks reflected in his eyes. Cove grinned like a kid. You leaned your head against Cove, you held Cove's hand, you wrapped your arms around Cove, you cuddled against Cove's chest, you stood by him. We'd wrap our arms around him. Right? Like, we'd also, like, all these things would be something that we would do. The cuddling against his chest, it might be a little too hot for that, but like, wrapping your arms around him. You leaned your head again. We might lean our head against him. That's something we could do. You nestled yourself closer and rested your head on your boyfriend. If you listened closely, you could just make out the sound of his heartbeat. He hummed quietly and then lowered his own head down. It took a little readjustment, but soon you were both comfortable with each other. Your head rested on his right shoulder, and his neck tilted so that his cheek rested on top of yours. He was warm and steady under you. Cove's gaze drifted from the show of dazzling lights straight to you. He sighed dreamily. He didn't know when you'd last see him so blissful. The spectacle continued to up the ante by bringing more fireworks out at a time. The colors danced across the sky and reflected over the water. You reached out a hand and watched as it was tinted green while a big boom sounded. Fireworks were a normal summer tradition, but this was admittedly an unconventional approach. Showing up in the city last minute to watch a display from a technically private event, that made this feel special in a way that just planning to go to a public fireworks show never would. Yeah, this is actually pretty awesome. Terry's idea may not have left you with a lot of time to prepare, but it sure led to a unique situation. It was clear this was an unforgettable night. As the finale sounded, blazing the sky with unbelievable beauty, you remembered thinking that there might never be a night exactly like this one again, not for the rest of your life. And that's how moments go. You never know when things are gonna happen, right? You be open to new ideas and exploration. And of course, you know, just like today, we took some time to ourselves in the middle of our hangout with friends, and then we were back at it, you know? So it's a wonderful thing to see. It's a wonderful experience to have, to just go out there and with your friends and have a wonderful time like this. I still remember one time I went to a fireworks show with my buddy Jesus and my other buddy Kenny. And like, it was kind of a last minute thing. They're like, hey, you want to go to a fireworks show? It was a public one that our city provided. And I was like, fuck yeah, where is it at? And we all met up there and like, we had such a great time. It was wonderful. And like even going to like visit my sister. Sure, we were at a spot where the fireworks... When you said Jesus, you thought you meant metaphorically, but then you followed it up with Kenny. Nah, Jesus is his name. Jesus is his name. And like when I went to visit my sister, we were at a place where fireworks would happen, but I didn't know we could see it from there. So it was a surprise to me, even though she knew. And like we went to a bridge to go see them, and like we couldn't see them clearly because, you know, that's just, you know, it's kind of like a private event like this, but with less availability to see it. But we got to see them, and it was amazing. It was wonderful. I had a wonderful time there. And I'd be so happy to be able to do that for numerous days on end, you know? But yeah. This is one of those situations that you never know if it'll ever happen again. And this is also one of the like good moments to have, you know? There are some things that playing games just can't capture. And like, don't get me wrong, you can capture a lot, then you can capture a lot of feelings and emotions, but when it comes to moments, specific moments with friends is hard to capture while gaming. Sure, you can make your own moments. I'm not saying that it's impossible to do, but having the reality of things hit you, right? You're outside, so it's not going to be air conditioned. It's going to be muggy. There's gonna be summer, like we're in the summer. There's gonna be that heat of the night there. There's gonna be excitement in the area. There's gonna be fireworks, maybe, you know? There's a lot that you can't capture online, right? And that was a big thing whenever Switch, like couch co-op switched to online gameplay only, right? That whole feeling of being next to somebody as opposed to sharing that experience online, that reality of it, that physical being there. It's just a wonderful thing. And again, you know, I'm an introvert. I don't like going outside very often. Although I don't know exactly how I feel because I kind of am. Like, I'm an introverted extrovert. I'm okay with meeting new people and going outside and doing things outside, but I normally like to hang around with myself, you know, and just be with myself. And maybe I'm an extroverted introvert. Maybe that one fits better. I don't know. I'm some sort of the two. Trying to find that balance of making memories with friends and family and even exes and the people who mean something to you, right? Versus... Not versus, because you can do it in conjunction, right? You can have a good time outside and do things, but you can also make those moments inside. So it's not really more of a versus thing, it's more of a as well. And to add more moments and experiences to your own life journey. That's more than just gaming. Which is why I've also tried to like take a step back from gaming, because I've gamed all my life. I've gamed since I was a young kid. And there's so much more to the world out there. I don't know, it's just a nice feeling. This is one of those nice feelings to have that you won't ever experience unless you go out to meet your friends and have a good time. And of course, it all depends on like what you feel and your mood and all that kind of stuff. And you know, maybe you're not in a part of your life that's ready for this, and that's okay too. You know, there's a lot that needs to for you to be comfortable with to get to this point. And sometimes, you know, if you're able to just go with it, then by all means do that, you know, but also don't try to beat yourself up if you're not available to experience these kind of things. And sometimes you got to go by yourself, right? Sometimes you won't have friends there with you. Sometimes you're going to be in a new city or a new place, a new location. You're not going to have those friends nearby you just yet. And that's okay. Maybe you'll make a friend tonight, or maybe you'll make a friend if you ever go out. Maybe you'll make a friends in the weirdest of places, you know? Enjoy that one? Alright, but what in the fuck? Why is it by Funtime Foxy? That's wild. Those reviews are crazy. What in the fuck? You plan to hold on to the feeling you had in that moment for as long as you could. You know, this also reminds me of the times that my ex and I would go to Panama City Beach, and she had a condo on the waterfront on the beach, and we got to see fireworks from her place, and it was just magical, you know? Like, I know we didn't get along on everything. We fought a lot, but the things that we did get along, they make moments too. And like, although our friendship never lasted, and we are, you know, the toxicity got to be too extreme, I can still say I have pleasant moments from our relationship, or from our time together, from our friendship together, from everything that we did together, you know? There were so many pleasant memories there, and that's probably why I stayed so long. Like, part of the reason why I stayed so long is because we were really good friends. Moved right 2 times, and Huggy touched me. Alright. And again, like, even though my relationship was not a healthy one, there were still a lot of good parts of it. And separating the good moments from the bad, and like, you know, just, it's important, right? Because you don't want to have that scorn. You don't want to have that animosity. You just want to live. And sometimes that's impossible because of the actions that happen, right? Like, could I ever be friends with her again? Probably not. But that doesn't mean that I can't cherish the time we had together. And I do, very much so. And going forward, I just know that that's the kind of times that I'm looking for. You know? The moments to have together, to spend time with each other, to game with each other, to do whatever with the people I love. And that's what I want to do. And that's why I'm streaming right now. And that's why I do the things that I do. Because I want to do them. This is why I like playing this game. There's so many moments that this game sparks, so many feelings, so many wonderful adventures that await. And this game captures it so well. This game makes you think about your life. And it's called Our Life, but it makes you think about your life and the moments that you spend with your friends, your family, your lovers, whoever. And it's just one of those wonderful, wonderful moments. Because we only exist for a certain amount of time in this world. And yeah, we gotta deal with the cards that we're dealt with, but that doesn't mean we can't make the best out of it, right? And that's something that Rent taught me, or reminded me of, is that you can make so many moments and memories in a year. So many. There's 525,600 minutes in a year, right? And each one of those can be an adventure. And how do you measure your life when there's so much going on? You know, even the day-to-day, there's still so much that goes on in your day-to-day. I really love this game. This game is fantastic. Well, we finished another memory. We have 3 memories to go, and then the last bit of our young adult life before we head into step 4. And I know we got 13 minutes left to stream. But I think we're gonna call it here. I think we're probably just gonna yap until we get comfortable enough to start the raid. So if y'all aren't here for the yapping, thank you so much for joining me today. We'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, and we're gonna continue Our Life. Hopefully we finish it tomorrow. I'm really wanting to know how this game ends. And thank you so much for supporting me through my depression, for being there for me when I started the stream and was feeling really down, really bad, right? And it's just one of those, I could be depressed and stream kind of moments. I could be depressed and try to do something, right? And I did. And y'all were here for it. Y'all were here to listen to the music that I was listening to, which we can put on again because this is the end of it, right? So we'll mute the in-game audio because we're finished with Our Life for today. And we'll put on some tunes to see us out. What are we listening to? Some MCR? I'd be down to listen to some MCR. But again, thank you all so much for joining me today, for joining me on this adventure. I really love this game, and I really love putting my life into this game. It's a fantastic feeling. It's a fantastic idea, and I really just 100% love this game and sharing the moments with y'all. And if you have y'all, this game is free. The DLC isn't free, but this game is free. So if you ever want to check out a visual novel that goes through life and that has really, really solid advice, really, really good insight, really good feelings, I can't recommend this game enough. It's fantastic. It hits. It has so many good messages, and about processing emotions and having them leave and just growing up with different kind of mindsets and you know meeting new people and just having fun and all that kind of stuff. I can't recommend this game enough. And hopefully we'll come back to it sometime and we'll play the DLC and we'll try different like a different life, so to say. But I really like this is a beautifully wonderful game. It's so nice to experience all these moments and to remember who we are and to go on and yap and yap and yap about life. This has been a fantastic game. So thank you, Michael, for giving your points to Fungi for this. We're just gonna jam out. We're gonna jam out until we're out of here. As far as who we're gonna raid, I don't know. Commodo's live, playing Still Wakes the Deep. Hemp is live. Dupe is live. Oh, there's a lot of good people live right now. Hello, Tired Eyes, Sticky Reptar. So many good people live. Okay, hold on. Hold on. I know Disenchanted is a good one, but listen, what if we played what if we played some more different My Chemical Romance, right? From the Danger Days. You still question that one? Not the pit. Na 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 na. Na, na, na. We're gonna prolong the ads too. Shine. But yeah, do you guys have a preference where we go? Do you want to see Boulder Skate? Do you want to see Still Wakes the Deep? Do you want to see Fortnite? You want to see Repo? Schedule 1? What are you guys feeling like watching? Cause I'll be out of here. I'm a raid and then get something to eat and maybe play some Super Nintendo games. I don't know. No, well, I gotta be responsible, right? I gotta work on my show. Everybody wants to change the world, but no one.
Drink water,
No
you
one wants
dehydrated
the
bitch.
time. Thank you, Hemp.
Spooky, scary skeletons and shivers down your spine. Shrieking skulls will shock your soul, seal your doom tonight.
Thank you, Hemp. Thank you. We were actually thinking about who to raid, and we might be raiding you, Hemp. I think it might be Hemp. To be honest, I'm in the mood for some Baldur's Gate. Baldur's Gate is always a fun time. All right, what are we listening to next? What are we listening to next? What? Give me some songs, GBC. Let me get to you. Let me get from your collection here. What do we got? What do we got? Loneliest Day. All right, but got you. Got you. Lonely Day. Yeah. You love the song? It's a good song. Damn, I had a song and then it just I read your comment and the song just kind of went out of my head. Yo, we can listen to both GBC. Oh shit, hold up. Hold up. We might be cooking here tonight, GBC. We might be cooking with this playlist that's going on right here. Okay, it's not bad. It's a pretty good list. It's a pretty good list. It's a pretty good list. We're probably going to be vibing with this list after stream. You work on a list? I'll save you this list. Actually, I think that's just a song, right? Is there a way I can save the list? Dude, wow. Wow. Oh, okay. It's only these two? Interesting. Okay. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Interesting how that works. That's fine. So it gives me a radio, right, of the next songs, but it'll only add it to a list of that's what's already played. YouTube Music. Since I pay for YouTube. I figured out of Spotify and YouTube, if I pay for YouTube, I can watch videos for ad free too, right? And I get YouTube Music still. So it's like I don't really need Spotify and YouTube Music. And I could just like I never really used Spotify to begin with. So it's like might as well just not pay for two things and just use one. And this with YouTube, I mean, it's fucking YouTube, so you get every goddamn thing for fucking ad free. You just don't feel like moving playlists over. Hey, that's like, well, that's the thing though, right? You can listen to your playlist and move it over at the same time, right? It's like one day of inconvenience, and then you can be free of something else. I did save, right? I did save. How much is it? That's a good question. I think it's premium, right? $14. $14 per individual. Yeah. 14 per month. And of course, if you pay 11.72, you good? And that's fair. That's fair. If you're a student, it's $7. But I am no longer a student. I kind of want to check out the family plan too, because like that is cheaper. Like, depending on more people who are in it. You're never going back. I wouldn't mind going back. I thought about going back to school. I really enjoyed school. I still do. It would be really nice to have some direction. But yeah, again, everybody, that's the end of our stream. We're gonna raid Hemp here soon, and then that'll be the end of today. Like I said, we'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern, for maybe the last leg of our life, depending on how much yapping we do. We'll try to keep the lapping. We'll keep the yapping down to a minimum. College was the worst, even if you don't count year one. But yeah, we'll keep the yapping down to a minimum. We'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. More Our Life. Might be the finale. Hard to say. We've got about 3 hours of content here, plus the end of step 3, and then whatever happens in step 4. Right? I don't think I have, without the DLC, there's no really, like, this is it, right? Just the 3. So that's at least 3 hours plus the ending. Let's just say that's another hour. And then step 4, we can assume that's an hour. So we got about 5 hours of content there. So as long as we do like 1 hour of yapping, we might make it through. But we'll see, right? We'll see how it goes, because it might, yeah. We'll see how it goes. Say it ain't so. I'm breaking. Say it ain't so. You know how we get once we start yapping, we don't stop. Once we start yapping, we always got something to talk about, right? There's always something to talk about. There's always feelings, there's always emotions, there's all sorts of things to talk about. Say it ain't so. And for those of you who don't know, we're gonna be this weekend, not this weekend. Well, this coming up, I guess it's Monday now. This coming up either Thursday, Friday, or Saturday. I still have to pick a date. We're gonna be premiering our Twitch cast of Press F for Feelings, where we talk about feelings and video games and how they merge, right? It's about using video games as a medium to explain. Yes. I've already sent Liv a message. I still gotta work out. I need to finish this tonight. Like, I'm probably gonna burn the midnight oil just to finish this, because I need to finish this. I want to have a lot of this finished so that I can be ready or if it is Thursday or Friday or Saturday. Because I know the new Rivals content comes out on Friday. So I think it's Friday on the 11th. I think that's Friday, right? So I want to be respectful of Liv's time as well as you know, our time as well. So I really need to finish this. I'm probably gonna burn the midnight oil to get there. So if y'all want to stop by the Discord, that's where I'll be. I'll be in a voice call, just chilling, hanging out, doing my thing. Yeah, but we'll be back tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. We're gonna get this Press F for Feelings first episode down, and then we got to work on the second episode, finish the second episode, because that's gonna be in the next week, you know. And then for the next 12 weeks, it's gonna be like that. We're gonna be busy working on this, so maybe we can get some more work done on the next episodes as well. I kind of really want to, and of course, you know, once this first episode airs, we'll make adjustments for the next episodes and stuff like that. But I really want to get this fleshed out. This I'm really excited to bring a space where we're able to talk about emotions and feelings and how games make us feel, and provide resources and a place for people to grow and want to have a different mindset. Because I can't force you to change, nor would I want to. That change has to come from within. And if there's something that you feel like you're missing in your life, or something that doesn't quite make sense, hopefully I could be able to help you. And that's really all I can do, is do my best to try and support you and help you as you go along your own life journey. And as well, you make more moments and stuff like that for yourself and for the people who care about you. So I remember being young. I remember being a young adult like we are here in this game and not having any direction at all. Being hateful and mean and toxic and looking for some place to call a home or have meaning, right? Give myself meaning in life. And there was a lot of toxicity in the way I thought, and like when it came to toxic masculinity and patriarchy and what that means as well, right? And all the expectations that were put upon us and all that kind of stuff. And I want to give that space to everybody to feel like they're welcome, to have them think about themselves in a positive aspect. Because this is your life, and you only get one shot at it. You only get to live this one. So why not, you know, go about it in a way that's not as fake as what a lot of the world pretends it is. Because it just doesn't work. The expectations that were put upon us just doesn't work. And it's okay to be lost and to look for yourself. And it's okay to try different avenues, to try and find out what works for you, instead of just trying to cope in unhealthy ways. But there go the ads. Let's get this raid started. Again, thank you, everybody. As far as the raid message goes, we don't really have one, so whatever you feel is appropriate, go with that. We need to work on coming up with a raid message. Eventually, we'll come up with one, but right now we don't have one. But yeah. Oh, this is a perfect song to exit on, maybe. But yeah, have a good night, everybody. Catch you tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. More Our Life. Hopefully we finish it. Catch you around.